afternoon. No, good evening. It's so late already. Thank you for waiting, and thank you, kiddos, for being patient too, because we had a lot of business to take care of upstairs, and we were like on a speed date, trying to get it done as fast as we could. So thank you for being patient with us. We try to be prompt so you don't have to wait, but sometimes we can't help it. All right, let's begin with roll call.
Trustee Colon. Here. Trustee Flanders.
Here.
Trustee Lyons.
Here.
Trustee Miller.
Here.
And Trustee Ruiz.
Here.
We have a quorum.
Thank you. Do I have a motion to adopt the agenda?
So moved.
Ruiz, next.
Second.
Second, sorry, next. Colon.
President Flanders.
Yes.
There's been a request to reverse the order of the elementary showcases. So if it pleases the board, may we take Country Hills first and Olinda
Absolutely.
second?
Unless they're fighting about it. Do we have, are they okay with it?
It was their recommendation. So thank you.
Okay, absolutely.
Thank
Sorry,
you.
we missed that.
We're just here all night. So whoever wants to go first. That's great. Thank you. So I have a first and a second with the, do I have an adoption of the agenda to, with the amendment to switch the showcases? All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0. And let's do the Pledge of Allegiance. Oh, I didn't ask anyone to do it for me. Kristen, thank you for standing so fast.
States of America, to the republic for one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Wow. With that whole, this side of the room wins. That was beautiful. Great, thank you. We have no report out of closed session. And now, I need to take a breath because I feel like I've been in a hurry. And now, first up for our last night, I believe, Cassie, come on up for Brea Linda High School. She's our school board rep, for those of you who aren't usually here. She's our school board rep for the Brea Linda High School.
Hello and good evening, school board. As the year comes quickly to a close, many of our student groups on campus have no new news to report. But with that being said, we are very excited to we have very exciting plans to celebrate our seniors and the end of the year. Prom 2022 was a great success with many students in attendance. The venue was beautiful and everyone showed up wearing their best. Congrats to this year's prom king and queen, Matthew Dupre, and ASB President Gracie Johnson. A huge thank you goes to our junior ASB leaders, Irene Kim and Autumn Colt, for putting on this beautiful event and making it one to remember. Our last signing day was yesterday at lunch. 11 of our senior Wildcat athletes were able to show off their commitment to playing a sport at the collegiate level. Tomorrow is elementary school day for our seniors. Graduates are encouraged to wear their elementary school shirts, and at lunch we will be playing games like Foursquare and Hopscotch. The class of 2022 is excited to kick off senior week next week. Monday is senior sunset, Tuesday is the senior carnival, Wednesday is the senior meeting where graduates will receive their caps, gowns, cords, medals, and yearbooks. And on Thursday, seniors can wear their post-secondary school shirts. Seniors begin their last final exams on Friday, May 27th. Also, on Wednesday night at 6 p.m. is Senior Awards Night, which is to be held in the main gym. Seniors will be recognized for their many achievements and hard work throughout their high school careers. After finals on Tuesday, May 31st, the seniors have the opportunity to visit their elementary schools. We will be able to parade through the school in our cap and gowns, seeing 5th and 6th grade students and even our old teachers before we graduate. On Wednesday, June 1st, is our annual and highly anticipated senior breakfast at the Coyote Hills Country Club, in which the senior video will be shown. And finally, for the biggest celebration on Thursday, June 2nd, is graduation. For our performing arts groups, choir Spring Magic Show is this weekend in the PAC. They have performances tonight and tomorrow at 7 p.m. and Saturday at 2 p.m. The theme this year is Glee. For Play Pro, they had an amazing show last week on Thursday and Friday called Fools. I was actually able to attend the Friday night performance and was very impressed by all the hard work our drama department put into this show. And for our sports, track just completed their season this past weekend. A few athletes were able to represent BOHS at CIF finals. We are so proud of all the accomplishments the team has made this year. Both boys and girls swim teams also completed their seasons at CIF finals. The teams did amazing this year as usual. This brings me to the end of my final report. I would like to say that it has been an honor serving as a Brea Olinda High School School Board Representative. It is very clear to me that you all care about the kids in this district, that you help each and every day. I know I'm going to miss the Brea community that I've grown up in, but I'm excited to continue my education at Mount SAC, pursuing a major in pre-nursing and competing on their cross-country and track and field teams. And thank you for a great year.
Well, on behalf of the board, well, first, let me ask, are there any questions about our report? We want to get you on your last night and ask you all kinds of things. So no questions? Well, then I'm, on behalf of the board, you've just been a pleasure
Oh,
all
thank
year.
you.
You really have. And you've just brought the campus to life for us. And we get to know your reports got shorter though, by the way.
I know.
Remember how much at the beginning you had
Yeah.
so much to all the
Yeah.
sports. That's why it's
I know,
winding
yeah.
down.
It's winding down, but like, we're so excited. And like this year we've come so far from the beginning of the year to now. And so we're just like really proud of this year and we're excited to have a fresh start in the fall. So
Are you more excited or more sad or both right now?
I don't know. It's definitely like bittersweet because there's some people like I'm never gonna see probably again. But I am excited to start at a new school and I'm excited to run for the new team at Mount SAC. So yeah, I'm excited.
Good for you. We're gonna keep in touch and follow your
Yeah, oh,
success.
thank
So
you.
we all got you something. So on behalf of
Awesome.
the board and board members, I know that you appreciate her too. If you have anything you want to say to her while we're getting this ready, go ahead. If you want to thank her or any, I know now they're like, really? Put me on the spot.
Cassie, it's always a pleasure, but you did
Oh,
a really
thank
nice
you.
job from beginning to end. And we're thrilled to see that you're going to be running locally, so that's great, representing our team and Brea. So
Oh, thank
we
you.
just wish you the best.
Thank you. Yeah.
Sorry. I stopped calling you that. Forever. It's the only thing we'll ever remember about me. You need to know. So on behalf of the board, we go to the meeting. Thank you. And also a little something and a big card and all that. So we'll get a picture.
Roger.
All righty. Well, next up, we have Sydney from Brea Canyon High School.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you for having me. I am Sydney Zazar, and tonight I will be sharing with you what has been taking place lately at Brea Canyon High School. The California Assessment of Student Performance and Progress is going strong at BCHS. All 11th grade Coyotes are working hard and completing these tests to the best of their abilities. We look forward to the results. On Thursday, May 12th, the annual Police and Fire Games took place. It was a day to be remembered. Coyotes were divided out into a police team and a fire team. They started out playing soccer and completing a relay course, which included putting on fire pans and jumping hurdles, racing up and down the stadium stairs, and swimming at Brea Olinda's track and field. From there, Coyotes continued on to the Brea Community Center, where they played dodgeball and volleyball and shared lunch with the Brea Police and Fire departments. The competition was fierce, but in the end, the fire team won. We would like to thank Dr. Resberg and the Brea PD and the Brea FD for such an incredible day. This was one of the best experiences we've had this year. On Saturday, May 14th, several Brea Canyon Coyotes attended prom. They had a great evening filled with singing, dancing, and spending time with close friends. We would like to give a special thanks to the people that helped make prom possible for some of our students. We are grateful for your help in allowing us to have an unforgettable night. Also, a huge shout out to BOHS 11th grader Charlotte Ernest and Principal Dr. Porter for creating a space at prom for all people to feel included. Thank you for being such advocates and for hosting us coyotes. This morning, May 19th, 11th grade student Nathaniel Onriles was honored for being a 2022 Kiwanis Club Essay Award recipient. Nathaniel and our lit comp teacher, Mrs. Cagle, attended a special breakfast where Nathaniel received his recognition. We are so proud of his accomplishment. Currently, Brea Canyon students are hosting a snack shack after school on Mondays, Tuesdays, and Fridays to raise money for our end of the year school activities. We have had a great time and we even got to sell snacks at Brea Junior High's cross country meet. Please feel free to come see us and purchase snacks tomorrow next week. Tournaments have also been taking place on campus. Right now, we have a 3-versus-3 soccer tournament and a Super Smash Bros. Tournament going on. Coyotes are practicing great sportsmanship, and we look forward to crowning our winners very soon. May 16th through May 20th has been Classified Employees Week. We appreciate everything that all our Brea Canyon classified employees do at our school and has been fun honoring them with little goodies as this week has gone by. Upcoming happenings include Mental Health Awareness Week next week, where we will host mental health activities all week long. Our BCHS yearbook is being worked on by Mr. Ortha, and senior pictures are being taken almost daily to make sure we have every Brea Canyon senior represented. Next Wednesday, we will have a Pie Your Teacher fundraiser. We look forward to celebrating our most favorite teachers with some pie. Next Friday, we will be having a beach day to honor mental health awareness with the idea that happiness comes in waves that will find you again. Finally, in 2 weeks, we'll be hosting our class of 2022 graduation ceremony. We look forward to having many of you there and ending the school year the best way possible. From all of us, Brea Canyon Coyotes, thank you for everyone for such an amazing year. Without you, we could not howl. We are touched by everything that you have done to support our school. You truly had made such a difference in our lives. Thank you for having me tonight.
I see questions, comments.
So were you on police or fire?
I was on police.
Great report. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay, questions over here? Any questions for?
Don't move though.
You get back over there. I do have a question. So wait, fire won. And that means Mr. Orm did not.
No, Mr. Arm won.
Okay. Really? Okay. We can't get that guy, can we? He's unstoppable. Oh, okay. And then how well are you doing at the snack shack? I saw it when I was going down Wildcat Way. How are you doing making money?
We're doing good. We're raising a lot of money and selling a lot of snacks and stuff.
Good. Okay, I wondered how successful. And then my last question, the pie for the teacher, is that to eat? That's in the face.
No.
Okay, you said we're gonna serve them pie and I thought, serve them pie? So, okay, that sounds more like it. No, no. And guess what? Don't go away, Sydney. So Sydney, I want everyone here to know, you stepped in. Was this your second or third time? That reporting for us, second time. And do we get Sydney next year? So we're looking forward to having you again next year, but we did want to thank you because you stepped in last minute and have done a wonderful job reporting on your school.
Thank
So
you.
once again, let's go and thank Sydney. At least we get our steps in tonight. All right. All righty. With that, we're going to move on to our some more recognitions. We have one more. And our deputy superintendent, I'm letting you take your drink of water. I'm talking slow. We'll be giving that next, okay?
Yes. Thank you very much, board and parents and other guests in the audience. We're so happy tonight to recognize the 2022 California National History Day champions from Olinda Elementary School. So get ready, boys and girls. I'm going to call you up in just a few minutes, but to help the audience understand, National History Day is a year-long educational program that encourages students to explore local, state, national, and world history. After selecting a historic topic that relates to an annual theme, students conduct extensive research by using libraries, archives, museums, and oral history interviews. This year's theme was Debate and Diplomacy in History: Successes, Failures, and Consequences. Students analyze and interpret their findings, draw conclusions about the topic's significance in history, and create final projects that present their work. Their projects could also be poster boards that they make individually or as members of a group team. This year, projects were also allowed to be submitted as a podcast format, marking the inaugural National History Day California Podcast Competition. That was pretty exciting. They had those on display in Miss Berner's classroom. So Dr. Phil and I enjoyed seeing those. The projects can be entered into a series of competitions from the local to the national level, where they are evaluated by historians and educators. And tonight, we are recognizing students who won the county level competition in Costa Mesa on March 12th, and were recognized in an online ceremony on March 16th. And Brea swept the county competition, winning each category. Oh. We could not pass up the opportunity to recognize our students. So Dr. Pre is going to line up the students, and then I'm going to share with everyone here what your award was for. And we have some really outstanding students that even won the state level champions. So that's really cool. And then we have some certificates to give them, board, as well. Okay, so Annette, are those right there? Okay. So the first student I'd like to call up won for the elementary individual poster, Eric Kim.
You want me to come up and do that?
That would be great.
Let's do this. I'd like to share this. There's quite a few. So let's start on this end with Nicole.
Yeah.
Nicole, why don't you do the first three and then we'll go down.
Okay. We'll have everyone go in the mush pot. Sound good? Yeah. And then Julie will take pictures. Parents, you're welcome to take pictures. You can come down, take pictures. Yes. And Eric Kim's topic was King Philip's War. Yep, in the mush pot. You can show off those medals too. So he was a county champion. Awesome. And we'll have Eric stay up there, if that's okay, so we can do a group photo. Yep. Yep. The second student we'd like to recognize tonight was for another elementary individual poster, Olivia Christensen. Her topic was the Declaration of Independence. Yes.
There we go.
The next is an elementary group poster. So I'd like to welcome Alexander Hong, Jacob Law, Neil Ravindran, and Patrick Tran to the Mush Pot. And their topic was the Velvet Revolution and diplomatic effort to end communism. No hiding. And then the next is an elementary group poster. The topic was gunboat diplomacy, and the winners were Ariel Chan and Kara Mann. Mhm. The next one is an elementary podcast, and these topics are very mature topics that the students produced. This topic is the Munich Massacre and the Arab-Israeli conflict, and the winners were Soren Qualls, and the next recognition is for another elementary podcast on the gold picture, sorry. Then our next one, the gold standard debate and cryptocurrency, right? Super smart kids, Audrey Park. Then while we're taking pictures, I wanted to let you know that all of these students advanced to the state competition that was held on May 7th in Rockland, California. And they were instructed by Jill Berner, who is our Teacher of the Year and Orange County semifinalist Teacher of the Year. So two of our students were recognized as champions, Soren and Audrey. Give a big wave. Done. Their podcast. And then one of our students, Olivia, was recognized as the state runner-up in the individual poster category. So congratulations, great work. Thank you, parents. We know that this is a lot of time and dedication, but yeah, we're so proud of you. Congratulations. And Dr. Pri, I assume that the medals are for county and state level
I
competitions.
love that noise.
Yeah,
That's a noise of success.
I know.
Right? Right?
Awesome.
right.
Thank you, board.
All right.
Christmas.
I'm not even going to tell you to keep it down. I love it. You make us so proud. All right, thank you. So next up, we have our elementary showcases. And first up, we have Country Hills. Come on up.
Okay, so thank you for having us. We've been taking the state test and talking a lot about that it's a baseline year. We're back, and I feel like I just got here in November, so this is my baseline year too. So hopefully this goes well. We'll see. So we are Country Hills Cougars, and our acronym is ROAR for Respect, Ownership, Achievement, and Responsibility. Just wanted to share some school demographic highlights that we have a total enrollment of 514, depending on the day. And we have 3 classes of basically every grade level. We do have 1 combo 4-5 class. So I just kind of wanted to show you the numbers are nice and manageable in each one of those classes. And we are excited to be at about the same for next year. Our school overview highlights are that we have 57 staff members. This includes library media technician, reading specialist, instructional coach, district-run preschool is on our site. We have before and after school care. We have an excellent EL program, and this year we redesignated 15%. And we also, just like a fun fact, because this is a highlight, every year we do a philanthropic fundraiser for Jump for Heart, led by Miss Limbo, who's here. And we raised $17,000 for the American Heart Association. So our students are great in every way and have a very giving spirit. At Country Hills, we have a lot going on in the arts, and that is just, we're super proud of that. We have music, art, and technology. So we have band grades 4 through 6. We have a string orchestra that meets after school. Music for grades K through 3, paid for by the PTA. We have a Cougar choir. We have our annual talent show that showcases all things from Rubik's Cube aficionados to siblings who sing super cute songs together. So we have ukulele lessons, art masters, pageant of the masters for 1st grade, which is coming. You're all invited next week. We have the Wax Museum for 5th grade, Readers Theater for 3rd grade, and Minecraft education in 4th and 5th. And technology, we have one-to-one Chromebooks, we have a robotics club, and we're very focused on digital citizenship. So I wanted to talk about scores. Our diagnostic one, as you know, SBAC data is from 2019. So we're super excited to be testing now and have that data in the fall for you. But we have been using other ways of other diagnostics, such as iReady. The first one that we took from math, just wanted to show you, was that we had 167 at grade level or above students, and 64 students that were below grade level. By the second diagnostic, we had 283 students that were above or at grade level, and 47 students that were in below grade level and accessing interventions so that they could move over in the color scheme. Same thing for English language arts. If you look at the green, we have 233 students who were above or at grade level at the very beginning of the year, and about 74 students that were below grade level. and that green jumped up to 306 students at grade level. And this was just the mid-year. So we still have our end of the year diagnostic. So I cannot wait to see that data. And 53 students in intervention that are below grade level. So how does it work? How do we get all those students academically ready? We have our professional learning communities where our response to data that we get from assessments is the Plan, Do, Study, Act. The lesson study model allows teachers to collaboratively choose a task or essential standard. So that's the plan part. Then they teach the lesson, the do part. Use the data from that lesson to discuss within grade level teams what to do next, which is the study part. And the next steps for student learning are then determined, the act part, and then the cycle begins all over again. So that's what we do for all of our summative assessments. Part of the PLC process is MTSS. So not only do we have a tiered system of support, our first tier is all students. Second tier, some students, and third tier, a few students. But we also look at the whole. I thought this diagraph was perfect. We really concentrate on all means all and the whole child, which isn't just academics. We know that it's academic, behavioral, and social emotional. And so for academics, we use iReady, formative assessment, summative assessments, and our reading specialist intervention. For our social and emotional, that's also based on data, our counselor meets with every single student and has what she calls minute meetings so that she can interface with students and make sure that everyone's good. And a lot of times those minute meetings are super valuable. The students will give you a little heads up on something and then our counselor will follow through with that. Also, our social emotional is included for our report cards. iReady scores and attendance, and our behavioral is our focus is PBIS. And so we see that when we focus on positive behavior interventions, then academics go up and behaviors go down. Okay, and so social emotional, as I was saying, is super important to us at Country Hills. Here is also a diagram that shows that SEL, we keep hearing that acronym. And I think a lot of people say, okay, but what is that? Like, what does that mean? So it does encompass explicitly teaching self-awareness, self-management, responsible decision-making, relationship skills, and social awareness. And that happens within that tiered system. So we have tier 1 systems that teach all of this, and then we can delve a little bit deeper for students who need a little bit more interaction with that. And how do we keep going? So with all of these activities and all the things that teachers are doing, we also have instructional support and professional development. So for our summer PD days, we have someone coming in to talk about iReady for the new year. Are you? And we are going to celebrate this end of the year, the progress, but then we're also going to be really strategic about how we unfold next year with our goals and using iReady specifically to see student data, student growth, because it is individualized for students. And so we also are introducing zones of regulation. We've already implemented that in our tier 3 system at school, and it's going very well. Our counselors were just trained on it. And so students can recognize what zone they're in terms of their internal dialogue, and then how to get to the green zone, which is good to go. So it's really teaching those social emotional strategies. We have monthly PD meetings with Step Up to Writing, iReady, and NGSS. And we have grade level collaboration days. Additional professional development next year will be PBIS and trauma-informed teaching. And we're looking to continue our using our data for our data analysis for MTSS, refining our SST process, and our refinement of our learning lab integration. So we're going to be working on that for next year. And the adjustments that we're working on also is a more rigorous program of RTI that meets the needs of all students. Like I mentioned before, zones of regulation, training and supporting paraeducators, and increasing family community engagement. Also, our counselor will be exploring the 3 domains of school counseling. And now students want to share, because we did have to reschedule, we had more students originally, but some had, my wonderful student council is here, some of them. Some students had to go to sports tonight. So my friends that are here, they're going to come up and share what they like best about Country Hills. And this is completely individually written. I had no input on this.
My name is Charlie Nam, and I am 6th grade president at Country Hills. As a student of Country Hills, I appreciate my school environment. This includes not only caring staff members, but also a big field where I can play. Having a variety of open spaces to feel free and have fun is one of my favorite and most important things about Country Hills.
Hold on real quick. You know what? Parents, if you want to take a picture of them, you're welcome to come behind us. It happens every week, and then you can get a headshot if you want to.
Hello, my name is Tristan Kim. I'm currently a 5th grade student and the vice president of Bragg Country Hills Elementary School. My favorite thing out of many about Country Hills is the people. My favorite thing is the people for various reasons. Firstly, when I'm feeling stressed or uncomfortable, they will always help me and make me feel better. Secondly, when I need to talk to someone, they are always open to talk, and I feel as if I can tell them everything. We also can't forget about how well the teachers educate us, not only in school subjects, but also life lessons. The custodians, office staff, recess and lunch staff, teachers, and our principal are people you can't find anywhere else. This concludes my presentation on my favorite thing about Country Hills.
Hi, my name is Dara Kingston. I'm the 5th grade student council secretary at Country Hills. Not only are our teachers incredible, but our staff at the front office are truly amazing. Our school nurse, Miss Monroe, is perfect when it comes to assisting injured students. Anyone can find help with our incredible nurse. She can even assist several students at a time, and she always is able to help them with their injuries. We're so overjoyed to have such an amazing collection of staff at Country Hills.
Hello, my name is Sophia Luarca. I'm a 5th grade student and a student council member at Country Hills. There are many things I like about Country Hills, but I believe my favorite things are the activities at our school. The PTA provides students with fun things to do to give them a break from schoolwork. They also give us ways to celebrate the end of the school year, such as dress-up weeks and the Cougar Carnival. Country Hills wants their students to have a fun day learning at school, and they have done a great job making sure we do.
See why I had to mention that I really didn't write. I didn't have anything to do with that. No coaching. So at this point in the PowerPoint, I wanted to show you a couple of fun pictures, and it said to put a quote in it in the generic template. So I put from Sister Sledge, "We are family." This really just kind of explains the vibe at Country Hills. There are so many people that have been there for decades, and it really is a family, and I just feel really lucky to be there. That is a picture of our Jump for Heart on the right side, and the other part is our talent show. That is the Cougar Choir. And then we just have some pictures. And a couple thank yous to our staff, that's amazing, our student families that just support us so much. our PTA that our president is moving on, and we had to get 2 people to take over that position. District, thank you so much for all your support, and we just feel really supported by you. And my admin team, thanks guys, you're the best. Thank you.
Don't go away yet. Lopez, don't go away. Do we have any questions or comments?
I just hope that you'll share, since we're recording it, this with your office staff so that they can hear the amazing things that the kids said about them.
Great job. I'm really proud of you. You did a fantastic job, and you can definitely tell how proud you are of your school. And so, Mrs. Lopez, you've been a great addition to Country Hills, and we're very lucky to have you. So great job, everybody.
Did you have anything to add on this end?
Of course, I always want to add something, but it's been good to see you take ground at Country Hills. And I continue to be blown away by all of the social emotional activities that are going on to just support our kids. And so I'm really encouraged that our kids are getting what they need. And I hope that that's the case. Minute meetings sound very interesting to me. I wish we had all had minute meetings when we were growing up. So I really think that having, all of us get in the practice of having a check-in with ourselves and just knowing that somebody that we care. So I think those one-on-ones are going to be awesome. And I hope that you kids will take advantage of them because you have a lot of people around you who really do care about you. So thanks for doing that. And I'm glad you came back tonight. Thank you for doing that for us. We appreciate it. We didn't want to miss out on this event in this year. We wanted to see the Country Hills kids. So thank you very much. You guys did great.
Okay, and I just wanted to say real quick, I had a question. No, it's okay. You could do it from there. I just had a question about the 15% redesignation. The way you had said it, I know this is your first year there, but do you know, I know you've been around before. Is that a normal, above average, above normal or a below normal amount of redesignation? Wow. Mm-hmm. Oh, wow. Well, that's great. That's impressive. Okay. And I just wanted, I kind of what Gail said I was going to say. I know some people that could use the zones of regulation, like my husband. No, me, no. That's really, really cool that you're doing that. Yeah, I kind of need to learn those. I was reading them. So thank you again. Come on in. All right. Thank you again for coming in, all your great students, and we're just all really proud of you. All right. Okay. Next up, and if you have to leave, I know that some of you have homework for this last week. If you have to leave, we get it, but there's another fabulous presentation coming. So Pri, come on down and show off for us.
Good evening, Board of Trustees. Welcome to Olinda Night. Here we go. First and foremost, I wanted to show off our amazing art created by a student. This is our yearbook cover. We annually do a contest where students create the yearbook cover. And our 6th grade student, Michael Jang, created this amazing image that we will be actually using. It is a piece of art that lives, and you will see how it lives in a little bit. I always like to talk about our school by sharing our numbers. You can see our current enrollment is 83 students in TK and Kinder, 82 students in 1st grade, 105 2nd graders, 92 3rd graders, 85 4th graders, 89 5th graders, and 99 6th graders. We serve a total of 662 students. And if you are wizards in math, you might be like, that doesn't add up. That's because we also serve preschool students at our school, and that brings that number up to 662. Our projections for next year are super fun. We have 108 TK Kinder students expected next year, 88 1st graders, and this is the part that I really like. So We are adding 9 students to our first grade cohort, and we'll have 91 second graders next year. We are adding 10 students to our second grade cohort, and we will have 115 third graders next year. We are adding 8 students to our current third grade cohort to get to a nice round 100 next year for fourth grade. We are adding 4 students to fourth grade cohort, and we'll have 89 fifth graders next year. And we are adding 5 current fifth grade students for a total of 94 sixth graders next year. That brings our projection to, that's right, we are in the 700 club, friends. Olinda Elementary School will be over 700 students. I am currently projecting 718 students at Olinda next year, depending on how things shake out over the summer. All of those 700 students are treated amazingly and taught by 29 amazing teachers. To my BODA friends in the back of the room, thank you for making this year so amazing. You are the reason that our kids are doing so well. Thank you so much. So total YOE, if you added all of the years of experience of those 29 teachers at Olinda Elementary School, you would get to a very large number, 329 years of service. That is older than the Statue of Liberty. Now, it's not like we just have a couple of 30-year veterans. Our average years of service is 12.2 years. We have a veteran staff. They know what they're doing and they do a great job. We are also served by 45 support staff classified members. Nothing happens at a school without classified employees. So as we round out Classified Employee Recognition Week, I would just like to give a shout out. A couple of my friends are behind my left shoulder, Mrs. Armis and Mrs. Maestrohan. Thank you for all you do. And Sebastian, I promise to go fast. So we do have 73 staff members who call our school home, and we are excited that they get to come to work every day and they come to school in a wonderful, clean and safe environment because of Mrs. Armas, who is here tonight. What does all this mean? In my opinion, it means that Olinda is a destination school. I will acknowledge that the eastern portion of our city is growing, and a large part of why real estate moves so quickly on that side of town is because of our school and the sports park and maybe even Whole Foods. But we also serve 53 students who come from outside of our school's boundaries, which is a reminder that people want to be at Olinda. And so today we're going to talk about why. At the top of this slide, some of you might recognize that headline. That was from the OC Register in 2010. So yeah, this is old news, but it's not fake news, it's just old. Tight-knit and rural, Olinda moves forward by sticking together. Okay, so we're not rural anymore. We don't have to worry about mudslides. We're out of the canyon, but our culture still remains tight-knit. And the reason that it's tight-knit, even though our school has doubled in size, is because when there's a will, there's a way. And those 73 staff members have a will like you've never seen before. During this school year, we had 198 classroom volunteers walk through our doors. We had 461 spectators at our 6 flag assemblies. Our 7th one is on June 1st. We had 1,788 Raptor check-ins as of last Thursday when I prepared this presentation. What is a Raptor check-in? That is an individual who has come on site for the day to work in their child's classroom. That works out to being more than 10 people are volunteering in Olinda's classrooms every single day. And those are people that are parents, grandparents, and members of our community, even members of our Brea Olinda High School. Some of our friends come down and work with our TK and kinder students. All of these people were cleared using the exact same health and safety guidelines that our staff are required to follow. They either submitted their vaccination record or they submitted a weekly negative COVID test. It was important that we kept people safe. It was hard, but remember, when there's a will, there's a way. Our PTO is an amazing partner that does so much for our school. They host events like tomorrow's Family Fun Night, which is going to be free music, games, and pizza for everyone that wants to come. They host assemblies like Monday's Cool Critter Assembly when you guys got to see a hedgehog and a giant large iguana. That thing was cool. Our PTO also sponsors field trips and the transportation to get to places like San Juan Capistrano Mission, or even easier, Carbon Canyon for our 6th grade outing at the end of the year. They also provide curricular and technology support. The thing that they have been doing a lot of work with since I've gotten to Olinda is facilities improvements. I think our electronic marquee is amazing, and that is funded by, or mostly funded by the Olinda PTO. They are also working on installing 2 brand new playground structures, one in our upper grade playground and one for our kinder friends as well. So thank you, Olinda PTO. Hilda's here and she's in the PTO. So thank you, PTO. Yay. And Noel. We think that remaining tight-knit leads to success. So Mrs. Lopez already talked about MTSS. I'm not going to bore you. And like I said, I think my friend Marlo is going to fall asleep too if I keep talking about stuff like this. Hey, shout out to all the siblings that showed up today. I see you guys. Good job. Thanks for supporting your brothers and sisters. The state's MTSS framework is a way that administrators can think about the way that they utilize their resources for 3 specific things: academics, behavioral support, and social emotional learning. We all use our resources differently. And so our alignment at Olinda is, again, focused on how we utilize those resources. The 3 goals that we have for our school are directly tied to the MTSS framework. We've given them different names though, because that's just how I do things. Our first goal is academics for all. Our second goal is build the behaviors. And our third goal is strengthen the core, which a yoga teacher at my school helped me come up with. I think some of you know who that is. And you can see some of the accolades that we've received over the years, the newest one being the one all the way on the right, where this year Olinda was recognized as a school receiving recognition for a California pivotal practice for how we served our community during the pandemic. This is data from the recently conducted California Healthy Kids survey. I know it's small, so I'll do my best to kind of give you highlights. There is a lot of data that came from the checks. And so I'm just focusing on a couple of them, the ones that I like the most. Our kids feel smart, our kids feel kind, our kids feel safe, and our kids feel close to their school. That first table indicates that 100% of our students feel as smart as anyone else. 98%, I don't know if that's good, but that's okay. I'm glad they have confidence. 98% of our students are nice to others. It is self-reported, by the way. 96% of our students feel safe at school. 94% of our students feel close to the school at some point. 98 or 99% of our students are happy. 100% of our students feel that they are part of our school, and 100% of our students feel that they are treated fairly by their teachers. Now, those numbers are great, but there is room for growth. Some of these questions say, I feel that way some of the time. All of our children deserve to feel this way all of the time. Now, the reality is we have bad days. So my goal is to increase all of those some of the times to at least most of the time, because we should feel good most of the time and give ourselves some space to be in the red zone if we got to be in the red zone, right, Mrs. Lopez? So we do have some work to do, but I think this data is very exciting. The checks has a lot more data. I just picked a couple of the things that I liked because I get to do that for a presentation that I make. Academics for all is our first goal. Now, I know what a lot of you guys are thinking. Oh, Olinda is filled with those smart kids like the Flanderses. By the way, shout out to our newest aerospace engineer. Congratulations. I think it's also important to remind people, though, some of our students struggle academically, and that's okay. So we've got 3 tables here. And just like Mrs. Lopez shared iReady data, I'm doing the same. That first table indicates students who are below their grade level standard expectation at the beginning of the school year. And you can see we've got all of last year's data and the 2 diagnostics that we've completed. You want this number to go down, like a golf score. Shout out to the Brea Education Foundation golf tournament's coming up in a couple weeks. So last year, diagnostic 1, 12% of our students did not meet their expectations at the beginning of the year in English language arts. But by the end of the year, that number was down to 6% of our students. In math last year, 8% of our students did not enter the classroom at their grade level expectation, but that number went down to 4% by the end of the year. That trend continues this year. At the beginning of the year, 14% of our students did not meet their grade level expectations in reading. In mid-year, it's down to 10%, and we hope that trend continues as we complete the 3rd diagnostic this month. Similarly, in math, 11% of our students did not meet their grade level expectations at the beginning of the year, and that number dramatically fell in the middle of the year to 6%. The approaching standards table is a little bit complicated because sometimes you want it to go up and sometimes you want it to go down. It kind of depends on where you started. So I'm not going to spend too much time on that one. We're going to go to the bottom one, which indicates the students who meet or exceed their grade level expectations. Last year at the beginning of the year, after a year of distance learning, all of that, or during the middle of distance learning, 60% of our students did not enter their grade level at the level that we would want them. At the end of the year, 77% of our students met or exceeded their expectations for their grade level in language arts. At the beginning of the year in math last year, 54% of our students were not where we want them to be. At the end of the year, 76% of them were. This year, that trend is continuing. At the beginning of the year, 55% of our students did not, or sorry, 55% of our students were meeting or exceeding the level that they needed to be. In the middle of the year, it went up to 67%. The beginning of the year, 46% of our students met or exceeded where we want them to be. And look at that jump. Mid-year, 67%, 2/3 of our students are where they need to be in math. Something is going right in those 27 classrooms, friends. This data indicates the hard work of our teachers and our support staff, and the proof is in the pudding. I can't wait to get our diagnostic 3 scores because I feel like this trend is going to keep going in the right direction. Oh, I'm supposed to also mention, how do we do this? We focus on differentiation at our school. That's really hard to do. You've got 28, 30 kids in your class. How do you differentiate? You group them. So small group instruction is imperative at our school. And we're supported by that because the district did purchase Benchmark Advance, which does allow for small group instruction to happen. We also utilize personalized learning. That's why iReady is so great. It finds out where a student is and delivers them content at their level. It works. We also have a continuum of services. Mrs. Hicks, a 30-year veteran, is our reading specialist. That's unheard of. Intervention specialists usually are baby teachers. But we're lucky. Our intervention teacher is an expert who's been doing this for so long. We have resource specialists. We have 2 of them that serve our mild mod population. And so it's also important to recognize that just because you have an IEP doesn't mean you're going to be left below standards. You're rising up just like everyone else. We also have, I like to call them the army of paraprofessionals. We have 17 paraprofessionals that serve our students at Olinda Elementary School, and their work is imperative as well. Our second goal is building the behaviors. Kids don't just turn out this great. Their parents are a part of it, their school is a part of it, and their community is a part of it, but it does require explicit instruction in what our behavior expectations are. We do that through Eagle Awards. Every week we do a raffle, and you can see that is pictured there, where some of our student council friends are handing an award and goodie bag to a friend that was caught doing something good. Every month we recognize students of the month who are either achieving excellently or making progress. We focus on both of those things because you don't have to always be the star. You just need to be a rising one. Every week, you want to do it, Hilda? Dun, 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 dun. Every single week, Mrs. Armis recognizes a cleanest classroom and presents them with the trophy that you see right there. We have to remind our students to pick up after themselves. Parents, you're welcome. Our student council, who will be joining me shortly, also models excellent behavior for their peers. Little Buddies is my favorite program at our school. It's when our 6th graders take the time to mentor and work with TK and kinder students. And what I really like about it is the phrase that I hear from our 6th grade teachers all the time. You don't want to let your little buddy down, get your work done. I love that. And this year, for the first time, with the facilitation of our elementary school counselor, we started a kindness club. The kindness club has been doing amazing work. They have started Friday dance parties during lunch, and during Teacher Appreciation Week, they greeted every teacher with a flower at the beginning of the day. Quite kind. Our last school goal is strengthening the core. Again, Mrs. Lopez already mentioned those core competencies, so I'm not going to repeat that. But again, we have a continuum of services to support students that need that support. I mentioned our elementary school counselor, Mrs. Rodriguez, has been an excellent addition to our campus, and we are so grateful that we get to have her for 2.5 days a week. Our school psychologists and our LMFTs also support the mental health and well-being of our students. And we try really hard to give our students choice because it empowers them to make good decisions. So we're going to show you a little bit about what student choice looks like and what empowerment can mean. On some of the slides that we're going to show you, there's this little Mario. And what that little Mario does is when I click on it, it takes us back to the beginning of our presentation. This is called the choice board. Mrs. Kim Thorson sends choice boards to our students all the time, and I want you to think of it as a choose your own adventure. Now, we are going to choose the adventure for you as my student council members are going to come down here. Each of them is going to pick a different point on this piece of art, and it will take them to the slide that they chose to represent today. Or did Mrs. Jones and Mrs. Serwinski tell you guys which ones to do? This part of the presentation has absolutely been written. The topics that they've decided are 100% done by the student council. So similar to Mrs. Lopez, I'm a little nervous right now. Student council friends, come on down, line up. You guys know what you're going to be clicking on. I will adjust the microphone a little bit down for you, although some of you are genuinely men at this point. When you come up here, say, my name is, and then click on your part, okay? Make it happen.
Hello, my name is Everett Basso, and along with my amazing student council, we will be presenting Olinda's achievements. Back to school night. Back to school night is an important night that takes place at the beginning of the school year. Parents are invited to attend and meet their child's teacher and hear the teacher talk about classroom rules and expectations. This is a night when parents can also ask questions as well as see where their child's classroom is located and what it looks like. Another thing that parents can do on this night is sign up to help out in the classroom. As you can see, this is a night that parents would not want to miss out on if they want to be off to a great start to the school year. Red Ribbon Week. Ribbon Week is an awesome event that takes place at Olinda. Many kids can learn about the dangerousness about drugs, and we can also gain knowledge in a fun way. We have daily dress up days like Pajama Day or Neon Day to help show our spirit and support for Red Ribbon Week. As you can see, Red Ribbon Week is a wonderful event where you can learn about how to stay safe by keeping away from drugs. Stay healthy.
Come on around, don't be afraid. Come on around, parents.
Hello, my name is Aubrey Diebel, and I'm going to be presenting to you 2 slides. The first thing I want to talk to you guys about is the book fair that we held. Every year at Olinda, our PTO sets up a book fair full of many books for all grade levels. These book fairs are a great way to encourage people to read books. The books are also very cheap and are in many varieties. Not only are there books, but there are also many fun activities at the book fair, such as guessing how many candies are in a jar. In addition to these books being beneficial for the students, the PTO also makes a lot of money from it. From the book fair, they have sold over 1,000 books. These book fairs are a great way to encourage kids to read and get the new latest books. Another thing that I want to talk to you about is the Halloween parade. Every Halloween, we celebrate a fun day as we get to dress up as anything we want. On that day, we do different fun activities, one of them being the Halloween parade. During the Halloween parade, we walk around the whole school looking at each other's costumes. While we're walking, we go through the multi-purpose room. There, the parents stand and can take pictures of their kids in the funnest costumes. I have a few pictures down here to show you guys what some of the costume ideas have been. I knew that.
Hello, my name is Garrett Lee.
Cook's Night Out.
Olinda Elementary holds a Cook's Night Out event to help raise community and raise funds for our school. Cook's Night Out is an exciting event that both students and parents get to enjoy. Olinda visits places such as Carbon Canyon Coffee Shop, Mountain Mike's Pizza, Olive Pit, Nectar, and many other places. Also, Cook's Night Out is an awesome fundraising event. Families get together to have a delightful meal or a great snack. Olinda families get to donate 10 to 20% of the total money they paid, depending on which shop they visited. In conclusion, Cook's Night Out is a wonderful event you don't want to miss. If you have a chance, please visit the next Cook's Night Out. BMX Bike Show. The BMX bike show was a fun and exciting event at Olinda Elementary. We sit and watch some really experienced people do some amazing tricks while giving us an anti-bullying talk. We got to see them do wheelies, backflips, and bunny hops. Students screamed their hearts out. The people were so nice, and the way they called out volunteers was really cool. Clearly, events at Olinda Elementary are really fun and exciting.
Hi, my name is Kara Lamb, and I'm going to be presenting you 3 fun events that we have at Olinda. The first one is band and choir. Choir and band is an enjoyable and entertaining extracurricular activity available at Olinda Elementary School. Our outstanding choir is led by Miss Coburn, and with her guidance, students learn how to sing and dance. We are so lucky that Miss Coburn gives us the opportunity to expand our musical talent. Band is an educational and exceptional class that teaches future musicians to read and play music. Led by our talented Mr. Hallam, students perform several times a year to show their parents what they can do. Art Masters. Art Masters is a delightful art experience that keeps students engaged. At Art Masters, we learn about multiple renowned artists throughout history. Following a deep dive into an artist's life, students create their own masterpiece inspired by the artist's work. For example, if we learned about the astonishing works of Vincent van Gogh, we may replicate the painting Starry Night. Thank you, PTO, for providing us with an astounding experience that our Eagles have come to love.
Kindness at Olinda. At Olinda this school year, we focused on teaching social and emotional lessons on anti-bullying and kindness. Olinda has hired a new school counselor, Mrs. Rodriguez, to inform the students about being kind and standing up to bullying. She has started a club called the Kindness Club to be kind to the people at Olinda and make their day a little special by providing a warm welcome with music or greeting teachers with flowers. Moreover, Olinda has done a Kindness Month and Kindness Week challenge. In November, every month, Dr. Pre did the morning announcements. He provided a small piece of advice to the students about being kind to others. During Kindness Week, teachers handed out a sheet with 100 stars on them. Every time a student did something kind to another, they got to color in a star and receive the prize when all the stars were filled in. This is a great way for students to be motivated to be kind to others and create a safe environment for students to grow their knowledge. Little Buddies. Little Buddies is an amazing event the 6th graders do. People are motivated to do in class, thus allowing them to participate in Little Buddies. Each 6th grader is either assigned one amazing little buddy or is paired up. Students are expected to care and look after the little ones. We usually help them on a project they do. After helping the little ones complete their project, you are to take them to the upper playground and let them play. Little Buddies allows you to have fun and become attached to another child, exercising your caretaking skills. This has benefits for the little ones to making them more comfortable and happy in this new environment. Setting a good example for our future students is extremely important in the making of a successful school.
Hello, my name is Malia, and I'll be talking to you about flag assemblies. Flag assemblies at Olinda Elementary School are a good way for students to feel included and a part of a community. When participating in these assemblies, specific students receive awards and recognition of their accomplishments of the month. The involvement of parents, teachers, staff, etc. make these gatherings a more exciting experience for all the kids here at our school. Another great part of this event is showing our school spirit. All kids are encouraged to participate in wearing their Olinda t-shirts or wearing red, white, and blue to represent our school colors. To conclude, flag assemblies are a great way to bring our school together. College Wednesdays. College Wednesdays are a recent addition to our school. It brings college awareness and motivates kids to think about their future university choices. Every Wednesday, students and staff are encouraged to dress in their college wear. Dr. Pre also talks about College of the Week in his morning announcements to inform children about some of the different college options. With the help of Miss Hilda, we even have an awesome display of college banners in our multi-purpose room now.
Jogathon 2022. This year's Eagle Run Jogathon was one of the best events this year. Many children of all ages enjoyed this event because of this year's Mario theme made by our wonderful PTO team. The PTO received $15,000 in sponsorships to pay for this amazing event. Along with the race, there were also fun weeks dedicated to spirit wear. This included Mario wear, mismatched clothing, and sportswear. PTO raised over $100,000, smashing their goal of $60,000. PTO plans to use the money to improve the school for current students, future students, and the community. Best track meet. The best track meet was an amazing event where many of the Olinda Eagles and other students from different schools gathered to compete in fitness competitions. There are many types of events such as the biathlon and the running broad jump. At the track meet, there are many food stands and spectators cheered their school students on.
Hello, my name is Brandon, and I'll be sharing the slides field trips and STEM projects. Field trips. Our school has done many different field trips over the years. On field trips, kids get to go to different places and do many things while still learning. For example, the second graders went to Newport Beach and did many hands-on science experiments while still learning about pollination. Another example is when the sixth graders went to the Brea Junior High to take a tour of the new school. Our fourth graders also went to Mission San Juan Capistrano to continue their study and their missions projects. The fifth graders hiked into Carbon Canyon Redwoods to discover the outdoors. Field trips are one of the many things that make Olinda the best school possible. STEM projects. National History Day, Math League, Makers Challenge, and Coolest Projects are fun and exciting events at our school. National History Day, or NHD, gives kids a better understanding of historical events. Math League challenges kids in math that want to compete in a higher level. The Makers Challenge is a project run by the Orange County Department of Education that gives kids the experiments of using STEM. The Coolest Project is kind of like Makers Challenge and is fun and exciting. Olinda was lucky enough to compete in and win many of these events this year.
Hello, my name is Amanda, and I will be presenting 2 topics today for you. Open House. Open House is an end of the year event where students get the chance to showcase all their hard work and projects for their parents. Families come and tour the classrooms with their students so they can show off the work they are most proud of and celebrate the end of the school year. Recent events. Angels Game Night was a fundraiser for our school where students went to an Angels game with their families. We sold out of our tickets because we had so many families attend. The 4th, 5th, and 6th grade walkthroughs are an experience where students in each grade are given character parts to act out in a skit. 4th grade does their walkthroughs about California, while 5th grade does the American Revolution. 6th grade, however, does their walkthroughs on the ancient civilization. Our family fun night is this Friday. It is a completely free event for Olinda families to come, hang out, eat food, listen to music, and play games together. Yes.
Can I please get a round of applause for my 6th grade student council members? I'd also like to take a moment to thank Mrs. Stephanie Serwinski and Mrs. Megan Jones, who made that just happen. So thank you to both of you who are not watching from home, I hope, because you have to come to work tomorrow. The last thing that I wanted to share was, yes, we empower our students. Yes, we give them choice, but we experience joy with them. And I hope that this presentation and their expression of joy was a delight for you as it was for me. Thank you very much.
Right. Before you run away, let's see if we have any questions for you. Anyone on this side?
I don't have any questions. I just wow. You had me at Miss Pac-Man, quite honestly. I would, but wow, Kindness Club, Little Buddies are really highlights for me. Amazing, all of your words. You all did a wonderful job presenting. And so this is, I guess for me, we couldn't do this in COVID. And I'm just so grateful that we are able to do this again. And this has been a stellar year for your school. So we enjoyed it, right? There's lots of joy. So thank you so much. It's just thrill to see what you guys have done this year.
Thank you, Mrs. Lyons.
I just want to say great job to everybody. All you kids did a great job. So you should be proud of yourselves. And by the way, nice suit.
Thank you, Mr. Lewis.
Over here. I just wanted to say what an articulate bunch of students. Like I'm
Amazing.
intimidated to speak in public
I know.
now because they're so
I know.
amazing. So you guys did a great job. I'm just so impressed. So thank you for bringing the sunshine to our meeting tonight.
Thank you, Mrs. Coleman.
Great job, guys. This is definitely having the showcases, the highlights of our meetings, because it just brings so much joy. And I feel the permagrin the whole time, the whole night with both schools. So it's
Yeah.
really fun. And I love the cleanest classroom. I have actually been there on campus and I heard the noise and I love that energy. And I think I'm going to take that home and use that with my kids and see if it works. So
Good idea.
yeah.
Good luck.
And then College Wednesday. I mean, I don't think you're ever too young to learn about college and whatever level you're going to go to. I just think it's great to introduce that at a young age. So I definitely think their future is bright. So great job, guys.
Thank you, Mrs.
So, and for me, I wrote down when you were giving your presentation, the data, it just came to my mind that I feel like there's an obvious correlation between feeling smart and safe and the academics being smart and safe, because it's matching, right? The data is matching. So, and you are either you're contagious or you have a whole bunch of people that can take your job if you don't have like time. Because I don't know who's contagious to who, but every one of them, the energy in this room is just like crazy. And I also know that school, and I know we all do, the teachers there, you're all in good hands with people who love what they're doing, both schools and all the awards earlier too. Just now we get to do some less exciting things after you leave,
Yes.
but we're so happy it's been a long night already for you. You got to go to bed, but I think you should go buy my ice cream. Oh,
Okay, so
just kidding.
one
Okay,
of my
just kidding.
bosses just said I owe you ice cream, so we will get you ice cream tomorrow. Thank you,
I'm
Mrs.
just kidding.
Flanders.
Thank you guys for coming. So we're really proud of you.
Thank you so much.
Mhm.
Good job, guys.
Thank you. And they already know. I was going to say you can leave. I mean, was it the boring part I said? Hey, Rick, are you offended?
I think they read budget. I think it's cool. You need to make that slide. That's a great one.
Actually. Well, we'll give them a minute. Not yet. Principals? Yeah. Jelly, Kristen. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, thank you. Right. Okay, Dina, come on back. Dina and Brenda. Shall I hammer time? Use it. Okay. Yeah. So we're just saying that our employees, it's been we have a lot going on. You guys do, we all do. So we're saying, please go if you need to go. Okay. But sorry, Brenda. I mean, Brenda's not Brenda. Brenda, are you next? No. No, Glenda's next. Don't leave for Glenda. All right, next up is our association. I don't know how you're going to top that though. Glenda, two great schools. So come on down and tell us how you're doing.
All right, I'm the lucky one that gets to follow that. As I begin the last report of the year, I just want to thank you all again for including these association reports on the board agendas. I think it's really a wonderful thing to be able to communicate with you directly. As you know, on a personal note, I took over as BODA president last year in the middle of the pandemic at the height. I think we were negotiating the MOU for hybrid. And I think all we did last year was negotiate. I think it was 3 or 4 different MOUs that we did. And so this was my first year that I was kind of in the thick of it. And it wasn't just all COVID, but it was all these other things that had kind of been festering under the surface. And it's been a very interesting experience, but also a very rewarding experience for me. And again, as usual, I want to thank all of you, the board and the executive cabinet, for working with us and for your partnership, because I truly believe that we are on the right path to doing what's best for all of our staff, not just teachers in the district. And as we're celebrating teachers this week, and teachers and classified staff and nurses, all of our employees this month, I meant to say, I just want to remind you all of the work that goes on behind the scenes. I think the 2 presentations tonight are perfect examples of all of the wonderful programs and services that we provide. And teachers are at the center of that. And they're the ones that are building the relationships with the students. And literally, I think teachers' worst fault, and this isn't just in Brea, this is everywhere, teachers do anything for their students. And it's a real problem because there's such a level of burnout, and we're seeing record lows of people going into the profession. So I want to commend you for your work in helping to recruit and retain teachers in Brea. We have definitely a very special district that we can build those relationships at a personal level, and people want to come to Brea for that. So I encourage you to continue your support of our teachers. And while the donuts are nice and the social media shout outs and the shout outs at the board meetings, if you want to do anything to support teachers, the best thing you can do is actually spend some real time in a classroom. And I'm not talking about a pop in for a minute or 2, but actually sit in a classroom for a good 15 to 30 minutes at least and see what they do in just on a daily basis. Because again, for all of those successes that you just heard about, there's hours and hours behind the scenes and to be frank, blood, sweat, and tears that go into it. So thank you again. And I look forward to continuing in this role and strengthening our relationship for the betterment of our certificated staff and our district as a whole.
Thank you, Glenda. And we appreciate you. It's been a great year, and you're a great addition to for our relationship, and just also to kind of be in the know, to kind of get your take on things, and just that you're out here just not sitting there listening, but you also get to participate. So we appreciate you.
Absolutely.
All right.
Likewise. Thank you.
All right. Have a great summer too.
You too.
All right. Next up, we have our CSEA representative, Liz. I always want to do that. Lisa Santos.
I'm going to share a quick video with you.
We are essential.
We're united.
And we are strong.
Online and on campus.
We're behind the scenes.
On the front lines.
In the classroom.
We make it happen.
For our teachers, administrators,
students,
and communities.
From the first day of preschool
to the last day of community college with an associate's degree in hand,
we keep California education moving forward.
There is no pandemic,
billionaire, or politician
that will stop us from improving the lives of our members,
students,
and community.
We are classified.
We are classified.
We bring it.
We bring it. We bring it.
Every.
Thank you.
Yes. Okay, so good evening. It's Classified Employees Week. And we hear words like essential, vital, teamwork, and longevity to describe our characteristics. Classified are passionate about our work to support students, staff, and the community. Tonight is a time to reflect on accomplishments we as a district have experienced together. When the governor gave grant money to support paraprofessionals, you, instead of hiring temporary workers, increased the hours of 38 paraprofessionals, which gave stability to students. And in turn, we took on the task. No other district in Orange County, and in fact, I believe no other district in California did this. So thank you. When other districts were laying classifieds off, you kept us whole. And we were here day one of the pandemic. So thank you. When you saw the need to feed students in the community during COVID, we classified food service, custodial, and maintenance were here day one. With you and with your support, we did it. You and we have more to work and collaborate together to accomplish what we need and about things that are topics that are occurring. So for example, we need to talk about maybe minimum wage and how close minimum wage is to the classified staff, especially during this possible recession. Also, we need to talk about the remedy of maybe why no one's coming to drive our buses. And that's something I think we could remedy together. But the collaboration is there and we thank you. And again, as Glenda stated, this is great work that we're doing together. And classified, we're here. We're always here. As I always say in my emails to my membership is we classified are the first to arrive on any site and we are the last to leave. So we are always here. So this evening, I also brought with me 3 important members from my team. Come on. I brought Hilda Armas and Jose Armas. They work, Hilda works at Olinda as a custodian. Hilda is on CSEA's chapter team. I couldn't do my job without her. She is the site rep for the custodians and she's the site coordinator for the whole district for CSEA. Jose is the custodian at the junior high. He's on the negotiating team with me. He was the past secretary and he's the sergeant at arms for our chapter. They both won the Dynamite Duo for CSEA Orange County this year for Brea Olinda. And they were honored on May 14th in a big presentation. So let's, yay. I also brought with me Noelle Messeron, who is the health clerk at Olinda. She is on the negotiating team with us. She's the treasurer on our chapter, and she was the 2021 Extraordinary Member of the Year for Orange County CSEA. And so here she is as well. But together, when we work with you, we accomplish a lot and things are happening in this district. Things are happening when I go to my regional president's meeting and I talk about Brea. And of course, I've said this, they say, okay, next is Lisa and her Brea, okay, right? But we're doing things that other districts are not. And when I talk about we're the only district that didn't lay off anyone. We're the district that promoted the paraprofessionals to more hours. We're the only ones that did that. our food service workers, we put them up a range just recently, so thank you. So there's a lot of things that we're doing great, and so thank you. But again, just like anything, there is movement that we need to do and talk about, and we're here. We're here with you, we're here for you, and I think together we're better. So thank you.
Thank you, Lisa, and your award-winning team. And you know what? We also value the relationship and appreciate your championing. Is that the word, Rick? Championing for BOUSD out there. We like that you're out there bragging about us, and also for your CSEA people, your staff. So thank you for always being there for us as well. And with that, we appreciate you. Have a great summer too.
Thank you.
All right.
Thank you.
Okay, time for Deputy Superintendent.
Okay.
Report.
Good evening, board. We're losing our audience tonight, but our mission statement is projected. Good night, folks. Our mission statement is projected for the community to see. I'll skip reading it because I know it's getting late, but I did want to point out our core value of courage, because I have not yet read our core value of courage. And if anything sums up the school year, I would say courage, right? It's not up there. I'm just going to read it. So we cultivate a growth mindset to develop resilient learners who are empowered to face adversity, and certainly applaud our students tonight. Last night, we held our annual employee recognition ceremony where we honored our teachers of the year, classified employees of the year, and retirees. This is a great evening celebrating our staff, and I just want to thank every one of you for being present last night to honor our staff. And I appreciate everyone else who made that a successful event. Elementary, there are some other students who earned awards that I'd like to bring to your attention. From Country Hills, Kate Vartanian, a fourth grader, won a Scholastic Books nationwide writing contest. Nationwide. We have some talented kids here. For her achievements, she received a signed copy of J.K. Rowling's recent novel, The Christmas Pig, and a $100 gift card to spend on Scholastic Books. So that's impressive. So Country Hills doing good things. Olinda placed first in the state's Math League Division 6 state championship. Holy cow, they're going to go to nationals. So it's the largest team that they're sending to nationals. I look forward to bringing you more information on that. And then earlier today, the OC Maker Challenge Award recipients were announced, and Brea collected more honors than any other district in the county. Right. It's a great district. So the OC Maker Challenge prompt this year, no, I know no one's here, but our kids are doing amazing things. Our staff, like Lisa and Glenda pointed out, are doing amazing things. The prompt this year: design and build or significantly repurpose a product that will solve a problem, need, or want. And that prompt inspired students at Brea Online Academy and Olinda Elementary School to tackle problems in our communities. They used the engineering design process, critical thinking, collaboration, and communication skills to design their prototypes. Congratulations to all of our amazing students. For our secondary students, Ruby De La Cruz was honored at Angel Stadium as the 2022 Avid 8th grade student standout for Brea Junior High. And at our high school, Jinhee L was selected as the 2022, I'm sure you're going to say this, Gail, North Orange County ROP Brea Olinda Student of the Year. So that's pretty awesome. I'm sure you'll give us more information on that later. Athletic accolades: Aiden Arnold. So here, Paul, National Football Foundation College Hall of Fame. Three students from Brea. Aiden Arnold, Brock LaBelle, and Ryan Reagans were inducted into the National Football Foundation College Hall of Fame. And that foundation recognizes students through the power of amateur football with the qualities of leadership, sportsmanship, competitive zeal, and the drive for academic excellence in America's young people. And another shout out for BEF Golf Tournament. So community partnerships, we value our community partnerships. We celebrated some of our award-winning students this morning at Kiwanis. So please support our Brea Ed Foundation and the golf tournament on June 6th. You can sign up online, sponsor a tee or a hole, play golf or chase the best ball is what I do when I'm on the golf course, and just come out and support our team. And then at recent events, May 16th, I want to thank Phil for leading a group of our employees on a hike and stress relief exercise through Carbon Canyon Regional Park to look at the redwoods. I missed it and I'm sad that I missed it, but thank you for taking our folks out there. Oh, you will. Good. Okay, thank you. I'll bring my tennis shoes. Of course, I mentioned Kiwanis winners. We had several students this morning recognized at the breakfast and really appreciate the partnership that we have with all of our service organizations. And it was wonderful to see our students and our parents. And finally, a reminder, due to the enactment of SB 328, the governor decided to go ahead and enforce changing our start times. So Brea Junior High will start at 8:30. The high school can start no earlier than 8:30, so they will be starting at 8:30. And Brea Canyon will start at 8:45. And because of our line of traffic in Brea, Country Hills has to change their start time to 8:45 as well. Okay, so that's just a reminder, and that's the end of my report tonight. Thank you.
Well, thank you. All right. And now the moment we've been waiting for, the budget revise. The May revise. Rick Champion, come on down.
I gotta figure out that one slide with all the little push buttons. Then I can just say, I only have one slide tonight.
There you go. There you go.
Right?
You mean you don't just have one slide tonight?
We just come to that part where, you know, I speak and Phil and Kamika. So for the next 2 hours, we'll be, I just want to see if you're paying attention. So you are. That's, yeah, but where the rest go? Just really tonight, this is just our annual, it's just, the governor last Friday just presented his version of the May revise. And if you recall, the May revise builds on from his January proposal. And this is not, yes.
We are so sorry to stop you, but we had a little sidebar and we only have one public comment. And I wonder if we could just do a rearrange and in case that one doesn't totally want to stay the whole night. So do you mind? I know.
I'm super supportive. I'll stay for long.
Okay, but just in case, and Rick, I'm sorry, do you mind? I had two little mice over here like saying, let's do this. Yeah. Okay, so our first up, Chris Becerra, you have, you know what, I should probably read this. I'm not going to read the whole thing. It's public comment. You've heard it many times and everyone can see it in the agenda, but you have 3 minutes, 30 minutes per topic and you're on.
Awesome. Well, I know what everyone in this room is doing on June 6th, but for those of you who have not heard, the Brea Education Foundation is hosting their annual golf tournament. It will be at Black Gold in Yorba Linda. We still have space, only 80 spots left, but please tell your friends to register before Saturday, because Saturday the price goes up to $200 per person. And so we've had some requests about foursomes, and if you're registering individually, just send us an email and we'll make sure that we coordinate, you know, the right way. We are still looking for sponsorships. We're doing okay with those, but for more information, please go to breaedfoundation.org and click on golf tournament on the top. And I know everyone in this room will be there, but everyone out there in virtual land, we're looking forward to seeing you. It's in about a week and a half. So thank you for your continued support. Right.
All right, thank you. So now, Rick, I'm sorry, come on back.
Rick's not done?
No, because, you know, okay, start all over.
Slide two.
We are silly tonight. Aren't we fun?
Where was I? Thank you. So tonight, we're just going to briefly just kind of review the May revise that the governor pushed out last Friday, which builds on his January revision, which ultimately will become the basis and the assumption for our budget, right? But as we always say, it can change, it will change, it always does. In line with board focus number 5, it's the utilization of fiscal capital. And tonight we're just going to kind of compare some of the updates from January and moving forward through that. And this budget, you know, this is a really pretty good darn budget, fiscally speaking. We've always said, just give us the 3 C's, right? Give us some COLA to help control the cost. And okay, well, costs are kind of going up faster than the COLA is, but there is a recognition in there. Kind of help us with the COVID because we're still kind of impacting from that, right? It's still impact our enrollment. We're still dealing with that, the fiscal cliff that we've been talking about and other mandates. And also dial back on the categoricals, right? Just give districts local control of the dollars. Give us those discretionary dollars that the LCFF funded formula was set up for. And a lot of that's in this budget, as Lisa said, there's a lot of good stuff that the district's doing, but we can always do a little bit more. So there's a lot of good stuff in this budget, a lot of good stuff, but there's always a little bit more. And there's time for the governor and the state assembly and the state senate to reconcile that. And so tonight, school services, tomorrow we'll be watching their official webinar. And so I kind of borrowed CSBA's presentation now from the California School Boards Association. So like I said, in this budget, it's good stuff. Our directors are going to be very happy. Our MOT director is going to be happy because there's going to be deferred maintenance dollars, right? There's stuff in here that was folded into the LCFF that's now being funded. We hope ongoing, but it is one time. A lot of good stuff in food services and special ed and curriculum and one-time dollars. The only one that's really not happily is fiscal because now she's got to account for this and the reporting is going up. So, but otherwise it's a really, really good budget. California is, according to the tax receipts, smoking hot, right? Up almost $24 billion up in projections from January. If you add in this January, which was at it's about $54 billion. They project that this budget is going to be $300 billion overall. 97 of it is considered a surplus. And a lot of that stuff is surpluses, send it back, right? Well, there's a lot of things that the governor, if he invests in the California economy, he doesn't have to send it back. So a lot of that is we're the recipient of, and we'll go over that in a sec, but a lot of good stuff in this budget. But what does it really mean for schools? Again, if you compare some last year, the Prop 98, which is the school side of the budget, was $83 billion. And this year it's projected to grow to $110 billion. So that's incredible growth for services. And, but you're going to hear in the headlines, really, politicians like to take credit. You're going to hear $22,000 per student the state is funding. It's not really true. And then because what they do is they throw in everything, COVID dollars, supplemental dollars, local bonds, concentration things. So it's really indexed. But when you kind of peel back all that, Prop 98, it's about $16,000 per pupil here in California. Again, as Trustee Lyons always points out, not all districts are created equal, right? And so we are not at that level because we don't, by our demographics, partake in some of these categorical dollars that come through, like concentration grants. But you hear that in the headlines, and then we have to deal with it sometimes. But again, staying in test one, as the economy goes, well, so does school districts. So CSBA and Trustee Flanders has always brought up this about our reserve. What's the reserve fund? And what does that really mean now? Because it actually triggers something now. So we can't have those reserves on our books like we've had in our past. Like a lot of school districts have always strived to keep 17% or 20, you name it, percent, not just the required 3%. But because of some legislation in the past and a lot of other advocate groups, that has triggered this year. So going into next year, districts can only hold about 10% of their unassigned ending fund balance without committing those funds. And we'll bring forward that. We've talked about that a lot, and we'll talk about that in length. Unfortunately, at our next board meeting, I have to talk about it, but we'll be bringing forward a resolution by law that allows us to circumnavigate that, where we're going to say we're going to use these funds for textbook adoptions and revenue stabilization. But this is something that we will be adjusting and moving forward. A couple of districts basic aid, they're exempt, of course, but not here in Brea because we don't fit into those groups. So anyway, COLA, another area where lawmakers like to pat themselves on the back, right? We have increased the COLA. The COLA back in January was projected to be 5.33%. Incredible, because that's ongoing money, right? And now, because of the cost pressures and the dollars, the May revise actually increased it to 6.56%. And that's where the lawmakers go, God, I did a good job. But statutorily, they have to do it. There was, it's not like they did it. They had to do it by statute. So, but as we know, costs have increased. And just the other day they were talking about CPI was at 8, right? And here's your 6. So there's your mismatch of funds. And when they talk about CPI being at 8, that's all items. But when you really strip out and talk about food and energy or what we spend money on, it's more in the 20 and 30% right now, as we all know. But and that's the stuff that we buy in day out. But anyways, it's a good recognition. It's ongoing money, and if take it. Oh, and the beauty of it is all the programs inside the LCFF and outside the categoricals are going to have this COLA. It's usually just the LCFF, just projections, and usually like special ed and adult block grants, child nutrition just never had these COLAs. They always got a lower or just a statutory COLA proposal from the Department of Finance. So another good proposal in there. This is a winner. This is major. This is ongoing money, right? Increasing the LCFF base grant. They've been talking about this for years. Over the last year since they've fully funded the LCFF, the only increase has been COLA. This is a commitment or a proposal to put in $2.1 billion ongoing into the base fund granting, base fund grant. But it comes kind of with some intent. It's supposed to be local control, but I have a feeling they're going to use it and say it's for certain things, but to be determined. This is the governor's proposal. The state assembly and the Senate have a little different idea, but this is a great, great major win that just basically puts dollars into our funding formula beyond the COLA. So this is money in about 2-3%. Then you have your 6.5% COLA, which increases the grade span, which increases the supplemental funding for us. So this is a good program, a good suggestion. So the governor was the last one to recognize that. The state and assembly were doing it. There's what they call COVID ADA relief. So in January, the governor said he heard that enrollment declining across the state, right? As we talked about fiscal cliff, right? How we always get funded on the current year or the previous year. And because of legislation during COVID, they held that back. So there was this artificial drop that was coming next year, which was in our budget projections up to second interim. So the governor came out with an idea that's been accepted by using a 3-year rolling gross. So yes, it's still a decline, but it's not a level and then a drop. It's not like if you had like 3 years of classes, you got an AA and then you got a D, right? So now it's kind of like you got an A minus and a B plus, just to analogize it. Additionally, out of left field, the governor is proposing, and I don't know how far this will go, but also adjusting the ADA percentage in recognition of just the attendance issues due to the Omicron and the Delta. Because typically ADA was really what we get funded on, that enrollment has been about 96-97% of our enrollment is what we get funded on. It's called ADA, average daily attendance. And a lot of districts are trending in the 80s and in 85s just because we're telling them if you're sick, you got the sniffles, you got to stay home, right? They still get credit on independent study, but some don't, and it's fall through the cracks. So he's proposing to allow districts not only do the step down, but look back and maybe use their 2019-20 year pre-COVID and have districts use that ADA percentage next year. So we'll see. Costs money. That's about $3 billion I just spoke with in this slide, but the state has the dollars to do it.
I don't even know if I want to say this because there's still one pie.
Mhm.
So now I know we have been excited that our enrollment has not been dropping as much as everyone else's.
Mhm.
So now if districts who are losing a lot of kids get to keep their funding from those years, doesn't that mean that they actually get more per now their student average, which is going to then negatively impact us again?
No, it's not like they're going to take the 3 billion. It's just an estimate, 3 billion. It's not going to take the 3 billion and divide it by 7 million kids or whatever it is. It'll help us because we've been trending a little bit. Yes, to answer your question, the districts that struggled with attendance obviously are going to benefit from this. And it's a good benefit, I think, across it is, right? Here in Brea, we were at 96 and we're trending it at 94. 3% is 3%. We'll take it day in and day out. It's a good program. It's a good recognition. Obviously, it's the surplus is allowing a lot of these things, right? It's not ongoing. It's just it's a fix in this attendance, but at least it's an addressing of an issue that a lot of advocacy groups, CSBA, school services, AXA, across the board have been asking for this. So help us with the effects of COVID, not the disease, not buying more masks or sanitizers, but really just helping us with attendance issues, right? I haven't seen this one for a while. Last time was 17-18 where they had, here's a sum of money. It's called discretionary block grant. School districts, you decide what you want to do with it. $8 billion is on the table. One-time dollars, which in the past, if you recall, this district has kind of identified those for textbook adoptions. It worked well for our NGSS. This is right as COVID came on. But as Dr. Agostino will tell you, we have ideas. So yes, this is a great thing to do. This is we'll take this money. Again, this is the debate right now between the Senate, the legislature, and the governor. Should we take more of these one time and put it ongoing? Increase the COLA, for example, or do we keep it here? So this is now the fight that's going on in Sacramento. But it's about $1,350 per student. So if you bring out your calculators real quick, times 5,800 here in Brea, Phil, close your ears, please. It's about $7 million, right? My fear is that when they use the word intent, it usually means we want you to do it, but you shall eventually will come down in the language. And then I think also too, there'll be some additional reporting on our fiscal side. That's why I was saying our fiscal department is always itchy when we see these things, but it's a good dollar that's coming down. So universal transitional kindergarten is in full swing. It starts next year. It's basically where the 5th birthday occurs now up through February, right? And for 4-year-olds, so they turn 5. Again, they talked about this last year. It's implemented now. The ratio is 12-1, right? 12 students to 1 adult, 1 teacher, 1 adult in the classroom, or 24-2 if you combine them. They always said that they might go down to 10-1 if funding allows. I'm surprised he didn't push it, but they're throwing dollars in there. A thing that he did put in the January's budget was another add-on. So every TKer, another per head is $2,800. So that's still in the May revise, no change. So the only thing, Jeff, close your ears, please, that it was not in the May revise is to invest in TK facilities yet. There's nothing in there. That's the kind of the thing that, gives Jeff and I some heartache. There's just not a lot of facility dollars in here for addressing these things.
Wasn't that talked about that at one point, weren't they going to provide facility dollars?
They did, but for a lot of hardship districts.
We don't qualify.
Just like Trustee Lyons always puts out, says, we have a tough time here in Brea. Yes. And of course, the applications for the hardships have now exceeded the funding authority from this year's budget, but it's still a discussion item. There's still time to talk about it, but there's no specific investment here for the TK facilities. as we know, those will be a challenge. So school nutrition, we talked about this at no cost. Governor pledged $596 million of ongoing money into school nutrition. Everyone said, whoa, that's not enough. Right? The feds were committed. They only have a commit to the end of their federal year. So he's pledging now an additional $611 million for school nutrition, bringing it to $1.4 billion. So the California is all in on no cost breakfast and lunch. We'll see the rates. Again, I just mentioned the cost pressures though are increasing more than the rates. But so we'll see. There's additional monies. It should go through, but if not, then they'll put some money into the school infrastructure grant. That's also on the table too to talk about. So that's happening. Special education, really no significant changes, but it was very healthy in the January budget and this money coming into the special ed through the SELPAs. And but basically the 602 rate is basically still going to be about $820 per student. But again, still an investment into special ed because of the COLA is going to be there too. So that's good news too. K-12 facilities. This is where I said the MOT director in our department, in our district is going to be excited. There is a one-time proposal for $1.8 million into deferred maintenance. Yes, I heard that. I don't know who said that. It was grown back there, but yes, deferred maintenance. It's small. You know, the guarantee they say is $100,000 per district. And then after that, they'll divvy up the money per ADA. So we'll see where we're at, but you know, it's a good start. Hopefully it could be an ongoing like it used to be, right? We used to get deferred maintenance back in the day with one of our buckets until LCFF came through, but that is a good thing. The ELOP program, the Extended Learning Opportunities Program, Dr. Agostino's favorite topic, they're all in. This is the extended after school or preschool. This is the 9-hour day, however you want to call it. They're all in. They're actually even talking more all in the form of grants to address for art and music too. And so there is more dollars going to that. The governor and the state actually feel really determined on this. Again, districts that have higher unduplicated count are going to get more funding. Brea on the other side won't, but we still are going to have dollars come in to address. And then we're moving forward. The compliance though audit, sorry, Dr. Phil is going to increase and he'll be presenting that almost every year at the beginning and the ending of the year of our matrix on the ELOP. So again, more dollars there too. Another thing that community engagement initiative is dollars to address the community needs and bolster the relationship. There's money there too. And as Glenda came up and talked about, you know, retaining and attracting educators, staff, Lisa came up and said how we made the right investments at the right time. I think if we do it right, we'll continue that. But the governor and the Senate and the Assembly have also got that same work mentality. Lots of dollars going into workforce development. Again, no details as usually in the May revise. Usually there's no details when they sign the budget. That's why they call it trailer bills. And sometimes we don't get the details till the year's almost over, like in some of our programs this year. But incredible investment in people and professional development across the board. Almost there, Phil, almost there, and you're up next. Additional challenges. Minimum wage is projected to increase on January of this year. It's at 15, it's going to go up to 15.5. Retirement systems, again, no really specific pension relief in this budget. There's a little bit of disappointment on that. CSBA was a big advocate for not rolling back the state investments that they did both on CalPERS and CalSTRS. It's always nice when they do it with non-prop $98. That means general fund dollars. But a little bit disappointment there. This was an old slide just 2 days ago because it's now 8%, 8.3, but CPI is still increasing, right? And in food and energy is actually way over that, double digits. This is kind of out of left field. This is a priority for the legislature. This is something that's going to happen this year. CSBA is all in on this. Not necessarily we all agree about this, but they're all in. There's two bills, AB 2933 and Senate Bill 878, addressing transportation. The thought is we need to get all students to school, regardless of where they live, regardless of their economic status. This sounds like no cost meals, universal feeding meal service. This is no cost universal transportation. Every student should have the ability to ride a school bus to get to school. Again, no details, but this is a priority for the legislature. So this is something that we got to keep our eye on, because that's a challenge, as Lisa pointed out earlier, about not only in our district, but this is side to side, tip to toe in California, of the transportation industry as a whole, the bus drivers and the profession. So I threw this thing here, the gallon limit, just because Paul always likes to see this. This is where the state has too much money by law. They're supposed to return that money back to the taxpayers. Well, there's a lot of exceptions, as you know, and one of them is investments in the economy. So that's one way that they're getting through this, because the school district are supposed to get 40% of this $90 billion, right, in the long run. So the gallon limit is not an issue, Paul, for next year. I know it's a relief off your mind, but we'll just have to watch it annually, because it just really is our money. So we would make sure those get investment back. So in closing, the May revise, it becomes the basis for our budget presentation next board meeting. I put a little asterisk because it will change. It always does now. It seems like they have to pass a budget constitutionally now, or they don't get paid. So now there's just what they call trailer bills, and that's where everything changes. That's where we find out the terms and moving forward. But it will become the basis of our budget. Independent study, college career, CTA, early learning. There's no really significant changes in the May revise from January. And but really what has changed is, and we're so worried about that, we're heading towards that categorical or those buckets again. And this really seems to be a kind of a pushback to the LCFF concept, where local authority can now use those dollars for their community. So next steps will be closing this fiscal year. We'll be bringing the budget next board meeting, and if needed, probably will be needed in August, we'll be bringing forth a 45-day presentation. So that's it. You're up, Dr. Phil. But anyways, if you have any questions?
Yeah, I was like, hold on, you.
Yeah, well, I
You guys
put
have
that
any
slide up
questions?
there. So.
I actually don't. Do you have any questions, anyone? All right, well then guess what? Thank
All
you.
right,
That was
I'm off for
great.
good
That
behavior.
was great. You did a good job.
Thank you.
Make it rain. Make it rain, make it rain. All right. All right, Phil, you are up. Next up, we have Phil doing a presentation on education plan for student support summer 2022.
Yes, thank you, President Flanders, Vice President Miller, members of the board. We're here to talk to you about our plans for this summer. You heard earlier two great presentations from Country Hills about many of the amazing things that students are doing, but your commitment in your board goals is also to support students who are experiencing learning loss and struggling. And so we are committed to that this year. I've asked my administrative director, Kamika Barnes, to be here. This is her first presentation before you tonight of what will be many, I am sure, in sharing this this task with me. She's been a great leader in this process. And so we're going to talk a little bit about what we're doing. And then if you have any questions, we'll be happy to share that. As you know, you have committed to promoting student achievement. It's goal number one, and that is a priority. And then we also know that as a PLC district, we have a commitment of the 4 essential questions to answer that question. What are we committed to doing when kids aren't learning? And so I'm going to have Kamika talk about the planning phase and the people that are involved with that.
Hello. So our planning phase for this was really crucial, that we wanted to include everybody's voice. So we were able to select a planning committee that included administrators, teachers, and people that had been involved in summer school last year, and then new people that were new to the team to kind of bring some new ideas. So we did that through volunteers and also principal recommendations for teachers to be on the team. I think it was a great idea to have all the different voices in the room and to hear what worked last year and what didn't work last year, so we didn't duplicate it. Everybody was represented from elementary all the way up to secondary. So the summer programs that we're running this year are the elementary summer learning camp. We're also running a program for junior high, which will be intervention as well. And then high school students will also have opportunities for credit recovery. Incoming ninth graders will have online health options. And then we have extended school year, which is for our students with disabilities. And then our child development services department will also be running programs for summer camp. So I'm sure you guys have heard of ESY or extended school year. That is specifically regulated by the federal government for students with disabilities, and it's determined annually by the students' IEPs. So the teams get together, make decisions regarding whether students require ESY services, and that is based on whether students will regress beyond what is a typical recoupment of those skills at the beginning of the year. So that looks different for every student, and it's very individualized. So we'll be running those programs as well over the summer from elementary all the way to high school. One of the things we were really cognizant about this year is that not all students require ESY in terms of what the actual eligibility criteria is. But some of our, what we would call mild to moderate students that usually don't qualify, still we're having some challenges that we noticed this year, specifically in the area of reading intervention. So one of the things that we'll also be doing is running an intensive reading intervention program this summer for students that were identified by their teachers that needed some additional help in that area. So we've got about 36 students identified, and we'll be sending out invites for those families.
We're going to be having the summer learning camps, ESY, at the locations that you see there, Laurel Elementary to handle the elementary students, and then at the high school and at Brea Canyon High School for ESY students, as well as some Brea Canyon students who are going to experience some credit recovery options. We've got about $400,000 that we've been allocated for this. We will be using the ELO monies that we received as a part of the 2-year support plan that was created before I arrived in the district. You might remember approving a 2-year support plan, and we're extending that money through 2024 as we're legally allowed to do. Kamika is going to now talk about the schedule.
So Phil doesn't want to talk about this because it was crazy. This schedule has changed and evolved so much over this time frame that we were planning. So I'm not going to read it to you, but you can see there's different schedules for ESY. There's different schedules for summer learning camp. And they all look different across the board from elementary to high school. And the reason they changed so much is because we were really, really careful in identifying what the students' needs were at each grade level and determining what that would look like. And that even went with the dates. So as you'll notice, elementary school, they're going to have, they have 2 sessions, and they're going to have the 4th of July week off. High school and secondary and junior high, they did not think that was a good idea for their families. They thought, we won't get them back. So they're going to go straight through just taking the holiday as a day off. And then Brea Canyon looks a little bit different in that their students and families felt that 1 session was enough for them to achieve the credit recovery results that they need. So we really individualized it to the community, to the sites, and really what the students need. And that all came from teacher input and admin input at each of those sites. So it's really tailored to them. You'll also see a little different in the secondary schedule, which is Monday through Thursday. They're a little bit different in hours too, but that was all based on what the qualifications were and the needs for credit recovery. So really thought that through in terms of what every site needed. The invitation process, we were really wanted this to be a intervention summer. So not about kids who maybe needed enrichment, but were doing really well in school. We really wanted to target those students that needed intervention for this summer. So we used teacher referrals, classroom teacher referrals, along with our reading specialists who are doing intervention for families. And that's how they were selected. We sent out invitations originally via email through School Messenger. There were 464 elementary students invited to participate in the summer learning camp. Families registered online through a Google form. We had families register their siblings even if they weren't invited, but that's okay. We just took those names. We did follow up with those teachers and asked, are these appropriate candidates, even though they weren't on the original list? And if the teachers said yes, then we included them into our learning camp. We sent home reminders to remind everybody to register before the deadline. And then we looked at, parents also called in and were on a waiting list because they just wanted to have their students take these opportunities. We did the same thing. Sent those to the teachers, said parents are very interested. Are these students appropriate for intervention? And the teachers provided us with that feedback as well. So the invitation process was the same for Brea Junior High as well. We're still waiting on those. Their deadline is Friday to get those in.
Did we just do electronic invitations or did we do any paper?
Everything was electronic.
So that concerns me with some of our families who don't have electronic base. Did we follow up with the students that didn't respond?
So one of the issues that we had was just because of timing. So this is something we thought about for next year, is starting a little bit earlier, just because of the timing of getting the teachers their notification of working and getting all the pieces in place that need to be there for summer school. It was hard to follow up with all the families. So we had families calling in and we did follow up with those, but we next year really would want to do, if we're able to do this next year, would really want to start a little bit early so we have more time to do that additional follow-up. So we did identify that as definitely a need. Yes, we did phone, text messages, email, voicemail, text messages, and email, but all electronic.
And so Board Member Coleman, 99 plus people have phones and so there was a phone piece to that, but we do appreciate your insight.
I just feel like some of these students who are struggling because they don't have support at home, and do we need to chase those parents down?
We actually have the numbers for that, and I think Bill is going to go over those next.
So as you can see here on this slide, we wanted to talk about the selection guidelines for the elementary students. The reading specialists were critical to that. You might have heard in presentation earlier how valuable the reading specialists are at his site. The reading specialists work throughout the year with students, and so they really have a pulse on the students that are progressing or not progressing adequately. We also use, were the students in that red zone for iReady? What were the qualitative strengths and concerns based on teacher observations? And we really wanted, the concern we heard last year about the summer program was that teachers did not have enough input to place the right students into summer learning camp, or I think BOUSD as it was called. So right now we are currently at 185 students who are enrolled for the summer program. So at 465, 185, I could pull out a calculator right now, but I want to say something like 35 or 40% return, 39%. Thank you. So that's where we are with the elementary selection guidelines for the high school. This was largely done through the counselors. And as you can see here, there was a pretty thorough set of criteria involving credit deficient students as of March 28th, students who were receiving Fs, any students who wanted to attend summer school to remediate A through G requirements were put on wait lists. Currently, there's 290 students registered for Brea Olinda High School. We also have selection guidelines to share with you for Brea Junior High School and Brea Canyon High School. As you can see here, they used multiple measures at the junior high. Right now, we have 200 students at the junior high invited. We have not finalized that list yet. So those invitations went out just a little bit later than the elementary and the high school. So we're still working on that. And then for Brea Canyon High School, students from Brea Canyon High School, students credit deficient, more than 10 credits have been invited. And there's 43 students that are invited for that particular summer session. Just wanted to share with you the core elements of instruction that will be going on during the summer. As you know, iReady is not just a diagnostic, as pre-mentioned earlier, it's a diagnostic plus a treatment. The treatment is aligned to the diagnostic score of the student. So having iReady in this district was visionary. Okay, it is a powerful tool, and we're going to use that over the summer along with Benchmark and Go Math. Apex has been wildly successful in a variety of districts around the county and up and down the state, and so we're going to be using Apex much more widely. The health curriculum is completely online, and really excited about the work that Shelley Hemerson is doing with the teaching staff along with Dr. Porter under his leadership to bring in AVID instructional strategies. As a former AVID teacher, the use of Wicker strategies, which is to focus on writing, inquiry, collaboration, organization, and reading, will hopefully build foundational skills for students who can come back into the fall and then really show that success. So what are our next steps? We're going to continue to finalize the hiring of administrators, teachers, and staff. We're going to ensure that the instructional materials and online platforms are ready and available for summer learning. We've been working with Derek on device access. We're offering a complete training to all the secondary staff members, not just the summer school teachers, but we're going to be expanding the use of Apex into the regular school year beyond just credit recovery, using it as an opportunity for exam recovery and students who fail classes throughout the year in particular classes. And so we're proud of that particular piece. And then we're committed to coming back in September and giving you a report on how this all went. And we're going to bring data and share what we learned, where we can grow. But this particular summer intervention is really designed around supporting students who haven't been learning, who have been struggling. And that's where all our resources are going. We're also going to develop a summer parent resource webinar with our elementary counselors. And so that's going to be going out right after school ends. We'll be advertising that so that we can share with parents enrichment opportunities throughout the community. So, I had a parent call and say, how come you're not offering summer school to my student? And I called the parent back and said, well, your student is achieving at a really high level. He said, yeah, but I still want more. I said, you know what? How about a hike? There's a great Wedwood Grove in Carbon Canyon Park. I said, what about a summer camp that, takes them down to the beach? Or what about the UCI writing camp, which takes them onto a college campus? And so the idea of opportunities is something we are committed to, and we are going to educate our community and our students and our families on that for that kind of thing. But for this summer program, we felt it was really important. Teachers agreed with us, administrators agree with us, that we really need to focus on intervention and get those students back on track. And so with that, we thank you for this time, and we will be back in September. And if you have any questions, we're happy to entertain them.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Go ahead. No, I was going to say.
If family already has.
Yeah, so right now, we do not have a makeup opportunity for a student to, if they're going on vacation. We've alerted them that their child did experience some academic deficiencies this year. We've shared with them the importance of coming to the summer learning camp. We've shared that it would be beneficial to them based on teacher recommendations. And so we need a partnership with parents to be there for that. We will continue to provide interventions and supports throughout the year for every student when they're struggling and deficient. But this is an extra time and support piece for parents, and we want to make sure we're educating them on that opportunity.
And we did have the 2 sessions. So we had a lot of families that when they put in, they got their choice of a session, and they actually told us like, no, we can't come second session because we're on vacation. And so we've prioritized to make sure that they get first session, and families that were available for both can go to the second session if we need to do that.
And that's exactly why I didn't do that schedule. That's why Kanika did the schedule. See, because there are 2 sessions, and that was one of the things that that the teachers shared with us, to give them that flexibility.
Any other questions?
And so for elementary, you either take 1 week or the other week. You're in for both weeks.
It's one session or the other session, and I think the sessions are
Sessions are 3 weeks.
3 weeks each.
Okay.
So
okay.
yeah, so they're long sessions. So it gave them the opportunity to, we talked about that too. We thought about 4, last year it was 2, and we thought that 3 is the perfect number so that families could attend, but still have some summer. And so we were trying to find that balance, and that's why we chose 3. So both sessions are 3 weeks long and 4 hours a day.
And I did a quick calculation at one point as we were building this, around 240 minutes of instruction or 220 minutes of instruction per day in the summer program.
My other question is, do students who maybe don't quite qualify or aren't able to do the program, do they have access to iReady over the summer? Is that something they can do?
Yes.
Okay, because that's at least something to give parents.
Okay. I'm so disappointed in the number of 39%, and I don't blame any of you, but it's just, that's a heartbreaking number because we know the need is out there. And for whatever reason, it could be burnout. Parents may be going on vacations that they haven't gone on in 2 years, but that's really disappointing. So I mean, if there's any way to knock on those doors again or do something to try to up that number. I know you want higher numbers too, because this is for the kids. You know, it's only going to help them in the long run. It's going to help the next year's teachers. So whatever you can do to try to improve that, that would be amazing. Sorry about that. I was curious. I know I asked this last year before summer. There's so many families that do want more and they may not qualify or they're right on the edge. Is there any way that the district can provide either by school or a district-wide summer packet program? I get that question almost every summer, even before I was on the school board, people wanting just something. iReady is a great option, or if there's free programs that we have online or packets or something to, and it doesn't have to be a daily occurrence, but that way maybe the families actually see what their child's progress is, because a lot of times things are done online. We don't see the results, or if teachers don't turn things back to the kids or families, we don't know. And so that would just maybe strengthen. And it would be an optional thing, but just to say we have it available. And if it's something on our websites, school websites, that it can even be printed out to save, paper, but just an option for families. And maybe you use it as a punishment. Let's be real. You might clean that room or, but just something. Yeah. So just a little refresher throughout the summer. So
to both your points, board member Miller, we are going to do another call, I think, or try to make another effort to see if we can drum up additional support. So we are cognizant of that. Tonight, you'll be approving on consent the Imagine Learning contract for independent study. Had a great conversation with them today about the homeschool piece of that, because we are exploring that very seriously for 22-23. And there is a way for us to empower parents throughout the school year, and to your point, in the summertime, to access that platform so that they can pull resources and work with their kids. So definitely we're moving in that direction. I don't know that we can, pull it together, in terms of all the training we have to do with teachers for the IS program, and if we're going to build a homeschool program, but definitely the idea of empowering our parents to be educational partners, especially over the summertime, so that when they're on vacation at the beach or something, they can say, you know what, we're not going to go on the kayak until you do an hour's worth of math, or math problems, those kinds of things. It's definitely a great idea.
Yeah. And then my second question for the high school and health, do you know if your numbers are up for the online compared to previous years? I know you weren't here last year. So.
But I've already seen the numbers from last year, so
Okay.
I'm kind of saving that for the September report.
Okay.
But
Okay.
yes, we are significantly up on online health.
And that information is communicated through the children directly, or does anything go home to parents? Do you know? And you can ask, you can tell me.
Yeah, I can follow up with you on that. I'm confident that Shelley Hemerson and Dr. Kennedy worked together to make sure that students knew about that. And so, like I said, we are up on that.
And I can share that number.
Great.
We have 300 students signed up for online health over the summer and 6 teachers identified to provide that instruction, because it is for initial credit. And so the teachers are credentialed and authorized to teach health.
Awesome. Perfect.
So 300 online health, 290 credit recovery. We're already at 600. And I can share with you that is a much larger response than what we saw before.
11%.
Yeah. Great. Thank you.
Any questions on the left here?
That health number is great. So that's fantastic. I'm so glad we're able to provide that for families. Just to go off of Paul's question, is it still at the secondary level? If you miss 3 days, it's you're over, you're done. You don't get to. I know that used to be how summer school works for the secondary level. I know it's credit based, but it's just a tough standard, you know?
Yeah, and it's the Apex system is really based on work completion. So
Which
it's
is
not
different,
it's
right?
not necessarily as educated. It's not but in seat time. It's really, if they get the work done. And so getting those kids to get the work done is most critical. I don't know off the top of my head the exact absence policy, unexcused or otherwise, but I can get that for you.
Yeah, I mean, again, it just goes to his point of, is there a way if they do miss to make it up?
Well, it's
Because-
online, you know what I mean? And so there is a philosophical, conversation that always goes on among teachers about, is it about, sitting in the chair and being there and doing the work, or is it about getting the work done and getting it done adequately and competently and being able to demonstrate proficiency? And that's a philosophical debate that I think rages on. So I'm a fan of proficiency and demonstrating you've done the work.
Absolutely. And sometimes I do think kids need a break too. So I think that's
Yeah.
part of that number is,
Mhm.
you're right. Parents are tired and kids are tired and
Yeah.
they do need a break. So
We've built in time into the teacher's workday to prep and follow up with the students who are maybe not logging in to the system or they're falling behind. So we did make sure that there's equitable prep time with our elementary, our ESY, and our secondary teachers so they can do that. And the 3 or more absences was because years ago, we were more limited on our Apex licensing. And so that policy was in place so we could turn it over. And if students weren't interested in participating, we could share that, where we would give that Apex license to another student. But because the board has invested in our Apex licensing, we're able to expand participation for our students.
great. Thanks.
All right. Well, with that, thank you. And Kamika, it's great to hear from you. Yes, thank you.
Did she do a great job?
She did an excellent
Hey,
job.
Kamika.
Yes, we appreciate it. I know a lot of work went into this summer school, what you're doing. Oh, I did have a quick question. I don't think you covered it. I was thinking about it the whole time. Have you had any students ask to do both sessions?
Didn't.
Oh,
Which
Yeah,
surprisingly enough,
yeah.
we didn't. And I really think that's because 3 weeks is a long
Is
time.
enough.
And then they.
everyone needs a break.
Yes.
We all need a break. Yeah. Okay, well, thank you. Thank you, guys.
Thanks.
All right. We have already, thank you. We already did public comments. We need to approve the minutes. Do I have a motion?
So move.
Luis,
Second,
Miller. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0. Consent calendar. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Colin? Do I have a second?
Second.
Luis? Let's see. I do have some, isn't this where I have my donations? Let me find them. Lots of pages. It is. Okay. So lots of donations. Lots of donations. That's so exciting. Let's see. We have Mr. and Mrs. Mike Spazafumo for $1,000 to Brea Canyon High School for Futures Academy. We have Capital Group in honor of Mr. and Mrs. Spazafumo, $3,000 for Brea Canyon Futures Academy. Mr. Mike Chase from Fidelity Charitable for $1,500 for Mariposa Elementary School for Mrs. Royer's classroom. Mr. Larry Barnhouse, $224.25 for a meal account for Mariposa Elementary School for Mrs. Rincon's classroom supplies. Ms. Jennifer Shubin, $261.80 for meal account for food service department. Mr. Mohammed Bahar, $200 for meal count, food service department. Ms. Maria Katkis, $116.15 for meal count for food service department. Wow, it's a lot of great donations. Thank you for all of that. Any questions on the consent? Any items?
Just with regards to the increase in certified transportation in Orange County transportation, is that just because of the shortage of bus drivers?
Shortage of bus drivers, increase in gas surcharge to get us to the end of the year. Some other issues with our current staff you can count on your hand. And so this is to get us to the end of the budget year.
Okay, any others on consent? Nope. Any Nope. Okay, great. So I have a first and a second. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0. All right, Melanie. We do not have a public hearing. We do not have information, discussion, and direction. And now on to our action items. Superintendent's Department, Board Policies and Administrative Regulations. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Colin, do I have a second?
Second, Miller.
Thank you. Okay, and this is the one single brand new board policy 4119.24, maintaining appropriate adult student interaction. So I'm going to ask Brenda to speak to this.
Yes. Thank you, board. I appreciate you considering this board policy. As most of you know, since 2004, I've conducted employee investigations, and this isn't to say anything is wrong right now, but as we're going through our policy reviews, there's some policies that are more urgent to bring forward so we can educate our employees than others. This policy in particular focuses on setting healthy boundaries with students and clarifies questions. So many years I've spent educating new teachers on how to appropriately interact with students. And you'd think that it's common sense, and it's not always common sense. So I look at this policy as, think of those bumpers if you're taking your little kids bowling, right? And so you put bumpers so you can still have a good time, but you're not going into the gutter. Right. So I look at this policy this way. That might not be the best example, but really, Brea is a special place, and we want to consider or continue supporting the magic that happens here every day, just within some healthy guidelines, because it is important that all of our students know that they have a trusting adult that can, that cares about them and that they can rely on. So the policy is very explicit with what that relationship looks like. Very clear guidelines with not friending students with social media, not going to their house, not singling students out. And that's where we see concerns. But we have some amazing teachers in this district who open up their classrooms at lunchtime. They keep the door open. Many kids are in their class. That's okay, right? That's okay. Fist bumping kids, that's okay. Checking in on them socially, emotionally to see how they're doing and what they're going through, that's still okay. It's just making sure we're making smart choices to grow these healthy relationships and not use our influence as educators and people who are really close to kids for, really terrible reasons. It's always a touchy policy to bring up to districts, but I really do believe for liability reasons and to educate our younger teachers and maybe those who have been in the profession for a long time, gain clarity on how to interact with students, that this policy spells it out. But it's not to dim the light that we have with our teachers and with our classified staff. As you heard the Country Hill students really talk about the office staff and the custodians and food service. It's not to dim that light or dim that relationship. It's just to really put some safe boundaries in place, like the bumpers that you have at the bowling alley.
Or any discussion or, questions about this policy?
I do.
Yeah.
With regards to, rolling out this policy, I'm looking at in particular, like number 6, inviting or accepting requests from students or former students who are minors to connect on personal social networking sites, unless the site is dedicated to school business. I know a lot of people have students on their accounts. So what does that look like as far as educating teachers on this policy? And do they need to unfriend those people? What does that look like?
So when they're personal accounts, it really, every allegation is investigated, and I'll say that. If it's a personal social media account, I've always strongly recommended don't friend students. When students graduate, they're adults, that's a personal choice. But when we're talking about minors in the school system, it is not a good idea. So my vision for next year is to educate students, attending staff meetings, and then partnering with ASCIP. ASCIP is our property and liability insurance provider. I spoke to them just before the pandemic on rolling out educational meetings at staff meetings, and then COVID hit us and that opportunity was taken from us. So it's really educating. A lot of people think it's innocent. I've talked to a lot of teachers over the years, very good intentions. and good intentions will speak for themselves. But the minute we start having allegations, we will start looking at social media accounts to see if there's any type of malicious activity. I also help educate employees on decisions they make also protect themselves, right? Because sometimes they have good intentions and then there's a slippery slope. Those good intentions turn into an unanticipated relationship with students. So it's giving them a heads up on where things can go wrong and just advising them. So I have in the past asked people to unfriend students. I know some people have open social media accounts. So again, it's being aware of what you're posting, because I can't go tell someone, I'll violate their First Amendment rights if I direct them to do X, Y, or Z with their social media. I have to be careful, but I do let them know of the perils of some of their decisions. Mhm.
So there is going to be an education piece.
Yes.
With regards to this
Yes.
policy. I mean,
Yes.
that's my biggest concern is
Yeah.
that everybody understands
Yes.
the reason behind the policy.
Yes. Mhm. I'll work with our administrators over the summer and set something up for next year.
And I appreciate the conversation about that same issue is, it's great to have a policy, but you really are changing, how some people view their relationships with students, and it's never intentional, or it typically doesn't start out that way.
Right.
And we hear stories all the time about how it just gets out of control. And I love the analogy of the bumpers. And I appreciate you sharing with me about how we train our new employees too. I think that's, again, something that as board members, I don't know, I don't have that knowledge of what employees are given when they walk in the door. So that could be a helpful thing just for us to know what those things are that they're given.
I can do that. I can share that with you. And then thank you for reminding me of that. It is something I've already spoken to my staff about. We do have electronic onboarding where employees watch videos, they read policies, sign and acknowledge receipt of those, and then they come into the Human Resources office in person to finalize their paperwork. And I've already spoken to staff about taking this policy once it's been board approved and incorporating that into our onboarding documents.
I was just wondering on the first page, like the fourth paragraph down, and it talks about any employee who observes or have knowledge of another employee's violation of this policy shall report the information to the designated person. And I struggle with that a little bit because I think that's a high hurdle for some people to get to. And I don't know, I just go back to that whole idea of see something, say something. But it's hard for people because, again, these are their colleagues. And I know
Yes.
that we've had situations where, maybe we should have known. But it's just hard to invade somebody else's, whatever is going on with them. We don't get close enough, or we don't want to get close enough to know enough to say something. And so is there a way to establish and put into the policy some sort of, I don't know, like we have our text a tip or anonymous way to report something that may be.
Can I ask you a question on that?
Yeah.
Every single one of our employees is a mandated reporter. So if they see something like that, it doesn't matter if they're the best friend or not, they need to file a report. And the reports can be anonymous and they can look into it and say it's nothing.
But this wouldn't be necessarily that there was some sort of abuse. We're talking about getting out of these boundaries. We're talking about these things. These are not like something you're not mandated reporting to see if you see us.
So if they violate the policy, if you see someone violating the policy, then.
Yeah. I mean, again, it's.
And your point is well taken. Over the years, that's what I found. We all get into this business because we care about kids and we're caregivers, and we don't ever like to think that one of our colleagues has malicious intentions with a student. And then we feel guilty because we don't want to get that person in trouble. So really, how do we break down those barriers to make it okay just to say, you know what, I think it's a little strange that so-and-so is spending extra time with a particular student in the classroom with the door closed, or with the, maybe paper covering all the windows, or taking them out on the weekend to go buy clothes, right? So it's helping people feel comfortable with being uncomfortable with speaking to their principal, but I can certainly look into some anonymous reporting mechanisms to get the information.
Well, and I think that, especially at the secondary level, we're just talking about grooming here. Is
We
what
are
We're talking about. And it's not always clear cut in that, and they intend for it to be clear cut. And so be able to stop it before it kind of gets to a point is a really important thing for us to be able to do. And so much, especially at the secondary level, you do hear things, you hear that there's, groups gathering somewhere or, there's just kids. And this is the other thing, how do we educate kids, students about being aware of these behaviors or being aware that they might be being groomed?
Right.
Those are the other things that it's a trickier conversation, I think.
So we did update our code of conduct policy a few years ago. That's on our website. And so it is referenced in this policy here that we educate our parents and our employees about the code of conduct. So that is the paragraph right above the inappropriate conduct. But I can certainly work with Phil and Derek as we look at our registration program to see if this is something we can add to online registration in Aries.
Yeah.
Can do that.
I would appreciate that.
Of course.
One last thing, just reading, it has superintendent or designee. Is it possible to put principal in there as well?
Yes.
So that people superintendent seems so high up to go if you're just, concerned about something.
1, 2, 3, fourth paragraph.
People might be
Or
more
second line.
comfortable speaking with their site principal and
Absolutely. And
site administrator. Yeah.
we can do that. Certainly. And I do work with site administrators to just, don't ignore rumors that you might hear, and push into your staff and ask those questions.
And I appreciate the time you spent talking me through this policy because I don't know, I'm just going to share, I felt so uncomfortable with some of it, like the endearment one, it was like, well, I always call kids like, come here, sweetie, or whatever. And I felt like, oh my goodness, this is what I shared with you. I'm just going to share out loud that in this moment after the last 2 years, we're saying to the teachers, hug them, look at them, be sweet, don't miss them, go the extra mile. And then we're like, don't call them sweetie, don't call, like, it just felt like for me, like part of it. But then you explained it wasn't that this policy is there to protect our teachers, protect our kids, protect everyone involved, but also you kind of answered my question earlier with Nicole, the policing part of it. You're not going to tomorrow go on Facebook on everyone, but they're provided with this policy. And if they so choose to not go private and kids like their page and they don't even realize it and they get themselves into something, you have, hey, you knew about this. We've educated you. You need to be more aware. So I get it. I mean, I appreciate it and get it, the protection piece. And so I'm glad that you were there to like talk it through with me and make me understand, because it's an uncomfortable policy. Honestly, I want to think, no, like none of this, no. So it was a little hard for me to go through it, but thank you for at the beginning when you said, because one of my examples is like, there are teachers that have their door open and provide a safe space for kids, but they don't go beyond that, and I don't want that to stop. I don't want that extra caring feeling to stop when you do educate them. I want them to know the difference, or at least you do a really good job of saying that. So anyways, were there any other comments or questions on that? Then we have a first and second. There is no second reading on this one. Oh,
One other thing I was,
Mhm.
in number 4, it talks about communicating electronically with students. And I was just wondering if there was a way to specifically call out, just that texting a student is inappropriate outside of school hours. Because
call
I think
that out.
people, it's just that that seems to be the place where, there's a hidden space there away from parents, sometimes away from even their other friends. And I just think that might need some more.
we
like
talk about
coaches
that.
and stuff sometimes have like a text group, but I know like when my kids were in sports and things, they use Remind.
I was going to say, we have
Right?
Remind.
So I mean,
yes.
would that
There's
be
other ways
something?
to do it. That's
Yes.
not their personal.
And when that team ended,
number.
my son's Remind went away. You know what I mean? It was just done.
Yeah. And we've
So-
talked about that in cabinet. It's a conversation that we're exploring, as we look at Parent Square and things like that. What are the safe tools that we can put in place? But you're absolutely right, with coaching and extracurriculars, we live on our cell phones. This is our mode of communication, but Let me see how I can word that in here so it's clear, because whenever we say don't text kids, it's hard. It's, the service organizations, clubs and sports always comes up.
We need to provide them that tool that you're talking about when you educate them so that they do have a way to communicate with kids.
I was just gonna put in it, the technology changes so fast, right? I mean, what we're talking about today wasn't even a thought 5 years ago. And unfortunately, I was just reading something the other day, I don't know what it is, but they weren't using any of these modes. They were using a Spotify chat in the program with music sharing. And that's how this, so technology just changes so quickly. So anyway, just thought I'd put that out there.
No, I appreciate
Instead of
that.
saying just specific things like, texting might be obsolete in 2 years from now.
Right.
But a student just should not have a personal cell phone of a student to a teacher. That just shouldn't be, it just shouldn't happen between one or two students. And I agree with Carrie. I mean, how disappointing is it that we have 2 pages to apply to like this minuscule, level of number of a teacher or
Somebody
staff.
somewhere ruined it for everybody.
Yeah, I mean, it's so very disappointing on so many levels. And then you're right, it does curtail, like it feels like it thwarts our ability to have real relationships with kids. But, the professional line, we have to draw it so that people know clearly when they're stepping outside the lines.
And one of the questions I'm going to add on about that I asked Brenda was, we're little here, right? We say that all the time, and families are friends with each other and teachers are friends with each other's kids sometimes. And there's blurred lines on some of these, but the protection in there was with parent consent. And we have some staff that goes the extra mile for kids that can't get to school or don't at certain schools and need different, not necessarily different set of rules, but while being careful, have to be able to be allowed to blur a little line to get. I don't know if I'm saying that right. You know what I mean? How did you explain it?
Well, with parent consent, it's different. And we do, because we are small, we do have a lot of family relations, right? Or friends, my best friend, been best friends with her for 33 years. My kids call her aunt. We're not blood
They probably
related,
text
but
her.
right.
Yeah.
Yes, they actually do.
Mhm.
And so it's that discretion. And I know if my kids are texting, they're grown adults now, but I know when they're texting her or, and we have those conversations. So it's that discernment, it doesn't mean everything is wrong, but when you have that family relationship, you should know what's going on. So it's not, I'm not here to please someone's family.
No.
Right. So it's just, again, just setting up these healthy boundaries, the bumpers, to bring awareness to a topic that is difficult to discuss, but one that we need to, unfortunately.
Well, and we always want to think we're small and we're immune, but we're not, and we haven't been. So, the reality is there that we have not been immune to this not happening in our district. So, and that's something I never want to experience again, ever.
Right. Thank you. And it is, our kids are, emerging from this pandemic, they're vulnerable. Our kids are vulnerable. And so I think this heightened educational piece will benefit the district, our kids, and our staff.
Yeah.
So thank you.
Thank you. So with that, we have a first and a second. Good, healthy discussion.
And how did the changes get made and then we approve it?
I will work with Annette on making these amendments that we've discussed. I've written them down on I have a copy of the policy in front of me, and we've taken notes. It will come back for a second reading on June 9th.
Oh, okay. Down here it says none.
Because
So-
tonight isn't the second reading.
Oh, okay. See, the very next one, B, says first reading. So that one doesn't start with first reading. So I assume there was no second reading. See that?
Oh, I see under A, it doesn't have the
On A,
heading.
yes,
I see.
yes. That's where I got that. So
Okay.
this
We will
is the
fix that.
first reading. Let me change that. I'm going to add that. This is the first reading, and then you will get the amendments out and we can approve it for the second reading. Okay, so this is the approval of the first reading. I have a first and second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0.
Thank you.
Thanks. I didn't catch that. I just assumed it was you were one and done on this one. B, first reading of the revised BOUSD board policies. I love how it's the 0 series, philosophy, goals, objectives, and comprehensive plans. and the 1000 series community relations. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Ruiz, do I have a second?
Miller, second.
Okay, this is a big one, and it actually, let's just start with the 000s. There's like 80 plus pages on that one. So does anyone want to start with any questions? Sure.
The one thing that was on almost all the policies is how we're referred to. And I was just, we're not officially a board of trustees yet, so I feel weird calling us a governing board of trustees. So I asked the question, and if you want to tell me the answer on that, just so that
Oh, yeah.
everybody hears
Yeah,
what
I
the
thought that was
answer
weird too.
was.
Yes. And we did, Annette and I talked about this. We did reach out to Zeta, who is our representative assisting us through policy adoption. And she said we can refer to the board as Board of Trustees. We are moving in that direction this coming November. But if it pleases the board to refer back to the governing board, that's an easy change for CSBA to make. But we did get the thumbs up to refer to the board as Board of Trustees.
Well, then don't change it. For me, I say don't change it back just to change it back again. So any other questions on those? Let's see if
I would I just, before we get started, I mean, it's a lot of information to cover, and I've talked to you that I feel a little bit uncomfortable doing this in, one night. It's just, there's a lot here to go through. But I guess, just to start off with, maybe an explanation of, I know what I've been told in the past, but there's some here that are just board policies. There's some that have the administrative regulations. And in a lot of these in other districts, there's ARs for both of them. And so I'm just wondering how we, kind of blend that work together, that we're adopting a policy, but in some of them, we don't have the regulations attached. So that would be my first question.
Okay, so with the policy work, administrative regs is optional for a board to approve. But if there was an administrative regulation that was attached to a board policy, we did accompany it. So if there's a particular policy that is lacking an AR, I would need to go back and speak with CSBA, because we did not, as we were reviewing the zeros and the 1000s, we did not intentionally omit an AR from a policy. So the policy tells us what we have to do as a school district, for those of you who are listening at home and may not know. So the policy is what we have to do. The administrative regulation is how we do that work. And it tells cabinet or the district how we're going to do that work. So typically the ARs are much longer than the policies, but we did not intentionally omit an AR.
No, I didn't think that you did. I just was, curious to know how things were, even from our old policies, how some things, most of them had ARs, but some of them didn't. So that was one question I had.
So just point of clarification. So if there's an AR listed in here, you're saying that cabinet went to look to make sure it still exists? Is that what you're saying?
We, in the policy building workshops, they give us a CSBA sample policy manual that has the board policies and the ARs included if an AR exists. What cabinet did is we pulled up the current board policy manual online, or printed it out if that was easier. So we worked on 2 screens, or we toggled back and forth. So we compared our current board policies with the CSBA updated or added policies. And we looked for new language. We read the options. We looked to see when the last time the policy was updated. But we did compare our current board policies and ARs against the manual. And for those listening at home, CSBA does have professionals that write policies. They work with their attorneys, and then districts have the ability to review those policies. And some of them we have options. And so we brailletize the policies. It's a word that we all use here. We brailletize it to make sure that it fits how we conduct business here.
Okay. So
Does that help?
So like the non-discrimination policy has an AR 1312.3. So I can assume that we have AR 1312.3, that we actually have that AR.
In this booklet, yes.
Oh,
but
so would it be attached to that specific policy or in a different place?
So if you look at the top of, and you said 13, right? So that's going to be in the 1000s. If you look at I just flipped open to page 75 of the next series of the 1000 series, it says regulation. So if it's a policy, that's the board policy. So if you see the word policy and then a number, that's the board policy. If you see the word regulation and then a number, that's the administrative regulation. Old school used to say AR and then a number. New way of doing it, they reference it as a regulation. So it was from the policy.
Okay.
Does that help clarify?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
I had to pay close attention to that too, because I'm old school. This is a third district I've reviewed policies for. And I'm still alive for doing it. Might be a little brain dead, but I do thank the board for the time and dedication and emphasis on updating our policies to make sure that we do have current practices in Brea. I know it's a heavy lift, so thank you.
Any other questions?
I have a question.
There's a lot of policies. here.
On policy 0470 for COVID.
Yes.
Do we need to keep this longer or?
It's cabinet's recommendation to keep the policy. There are some discretionary policies, but because we're still living through COVID, I believe that we are, experiencing a spike. Rick sent me a lovely text during this meeting. Usually Rick doesn't send good texts, and this one wasn't good either. So he likes to scour news articles, but LA County moved from low to medium COVID risk level. Right. So that occurred today. So we follow Cal OSHA guidelines, and they do require us to have COVID mitigation plans, which we have. So yes, this policy is optional, but I think it's a good point of reference to communicate to the community, our staff, our district, how we abide by COVID guidelines and regulations.
Okay.
Can I, because I had one on that one. So while you're on that policy, so I felt the same way though, when I read that, when it starts with as schools open, but we're open. And I know you're saying, if, I didn't want to say this out loud, but if a school closed again, this policy would be in place, but it doesn't, it seems already outdated. It has, and the PPE materials will be in place and all social distancing, and all these things. It doesn't, it just seems outdated. It seems like a policy that should have happened 2020, the very beginning. So I don't know. That one didn't read well. It didn't seem like it would go with if we had another surge and maybe close. I don't know. It didn't even talk about if this were to happen, this is what we're going to do.
Right.
I don't know. I didn't like that one.
And I understand, and I was reading it as well. The last time CSBA looked at this policy was in 2021, because I pulled the history on this policy. We can certainly go through it as cabinet, work with Rick and ASKIP on updating it if the board desires to keep it. If you don't want it and we just rely on our Cal OSHA COVID mitigation plan, we have a very close working relationship with both associations. We can do that. It's difficult to write language to address every hypothetical situation, but we can certainly go through it and do a better job of making sure that we have broad enough language to address situations that may arise, and then accurate language to address how we've dealt with COVID thus far. I'd be happy to do that.
Yeah, it just seems like, in the event of a global pandemic, like now that we've all learned what we just did, right? That it would have the scenarios, but this just sounds like we're right in the middle of 2020 again and still closed. It just didn't seem current, like it was relevant to us actually.
Okay.
So is that my time up? No, I'm sorry. So anyways, that was just since she was already on that policy, I would actually, before the second reading, see if, like you said, it's 2021. Who knows? CSBA may have updated or
I
someone.
checked
Right.
today.
You did?
Yes.
Okay.
And there's no updated policy, because I thought I agree, with these points. And there is no updated policy. So I will work with my two colleagues over there and bring you a recommendation either to revise it or to pull the policy from this series, because it is optional. Does that sound amenable to the board?
Yeah. Yeah, that's my only one on that one. Sorry, I interrupted you in the middle of yours. Go ahead.
I said everything that I wanted to say. So
Oh.
I felt like it was outdated. So.
Okay. I thought you were going to do another one, but you didn't have another question?
No.
Oh, all right.
Can we go back to
Can we go back and-
0100?
0100. Sorry.
the
So is
first
the
one.
board okay if I either bring back a recommendation on 0470 to pull it or amend it? Okay.
Yes.
And Annette, you're taking that down? 0470, page 45. Thank you. And Gail, you said 0100?
Yeah. So when I looked at this one, I know that these are boilerplate for CSBA and that they're what they're recommending, but I was looking at, some of the other districts and what they've done here. And I think one of the problems we've had for so long is that our policies have been outdated for so long, and that's nobody's fault in this room. But you do want them to be living and breathing documents. I mean, that's why they're here. This should be a place where we go to find guidance for what we do. So the very first one is it's a pretty important policy. And I think that what I've seen some of the other districts doing is they actually layer their mission and goals right here in this policy as their philosophy. So the beginning paragraph was kept the same in most of them. And then they just layered in their entire mission into the philosophy of the district. And I think that these are all great bullet points or numbered, things, but we can only focus on so much. And so if we've established those things and you guys spent countless hours, we've spent countless hours talking about our mission and our goals, I think it's really important that there's somewhere where we go back and we say, this is our philosophy. This is what we believe. These are the things that are going to be important to us. You reference it in your work that you bring to the board all the time. It just seems like a more appropriate thing to be here than a bulleted list of, again, these are all great statements and great ideas, but then what are we going to do with them? And we've established the goals of the board, the mission, the values that we've established. We believe in those. We've said that those are ours and that's what we're going to do. And hopefully we revisit them enough that we keep them alive and breathing too, so that they don't become stagnant. So that was just, and again, people had ARs attached to those. How then? And I think this is another place where we kind of got off track in years past, is that we didn't have anything established for how we go back and what our expectations are on deliverance of goals or making sure that we're doing the work that we have said we'll do in the established timelines. So I just think this is a perfect place to start for us to make this really be ours. And this is the work of, what this is board
the heart
work.
of our
These are
work.
board policies, I guess is what I'm going to say. And I think that we should do the work to make sure they stand for what we believe in and what we're trying to accomplish, and that we stay focused.
Okay, I appreciate that. So we have policy 0000 vision, the 0100, the philosophy, and then we have the 0200 goals for the school district. So I think if I'm understanding you correctly, Board Member Lyons, to take a look at our current mission, vision, values, and our focus areas and make sure that that is incorporated into policy 0100, maybe blend the three, and or we can create an AR. So just because there's not an AR, and maybe Board Member Colin, this is what you're referring to, just because CSBA did not give us an AR doesn't mean that we can't create our own AR. So
Exactly.
I think what I would do is appreciate the opportunity to work with Cabinet to really take a closer look at the vision, the philosophy, and the goals policy, those three, align that to the strategic plan that the board has adopted that includes our core values, vision, mission statements, and our focus areas, and bring back a document that either incorporates all of that into the philosophy board policy or is an AR that encompasses everything that we've talked about with this particular policy.
Yeah, because you're right. The next one is the goals. So again, and some of the templates I looked at were in Tustin, Santa Ana, Los Al was the one that, I most closely was looking at because they are similarly situated to us. But I think it's just, I know I would have loved something like this as a new board member to be able to go to this and kind of get the framework of what we do as a board. And instead, that was a manual that was, nobody referred to the board policies. And if you've spent the time doing the work to make them appropriate for your district, they're great documents. They're great learning pieces. So, some of the things on the goals, if you were going to go that far into the 200, goals should be limited in number was one of the things that somebody had in there. And I thought, how often have we talked about that? Making sure that we have the appropriate number of goals so that we're not overreaching and establishing things that we'll never get to all of them. So I think just, again, helping the board stay focused, helping us be able to give good direction, I think is important. On that same one for goals, how it's written currently, the end paragraph, I was just wondering about, what's going to be the process of measurement. How do we align that with the school sites? Because again, I know that it filters down, but I don't know that we ever see what the specific school goals are at the beginning of that period, or if we have ever in the past. I know that we've talked about doing that, but I don't know that we've ever seen it. So LCAP's one piece, but I don't know if there are site-specific goals. I don't know.
So they do have their SIPSAs that Phil is currently reviewing, and we'll be bringing those back to the board. So single plan for school achievement. The SIPSAs will be brought back to the board, but it sounds like you may also want an AR to accompany this policy here, unless we combine them, that references the different metrics that we use to measure student achievement.
And again, I'm talking.
No, it's a
too
great,
much,
it's a great,
but I just-
no, it's a great conversation. It's helpful. Is that an accurate reflection of your
Yeah, that-
sentiments?
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you.
Any more input here so far?
Think on that one.
Oh, the only other one I had was not within the second one. It was on the charter schools. I just had some questions on the charter schools. There was a lot of policies, so I'm not even going to name one, but there were a lot of charter school policies in a row. And it was interesting. I hate to say interesting reading, but I have myths about what a charter school, I learned that there are myths about what a charter school is. And in going through that, and I mean, there was just a lot of details. I was pleasantly surprised to find out that that the charter schools are under some of the same state regulations and laws. I was surprised that under our district jurisdiction, am I right in saying it that way?
Yes.
And
We have
that,
independent and dependent charters, yes.
okay, and the ADA, I'm just want to make sure, because I mean, like I said, I'd read it a couple times and I'm thinking, these are just confirmations. If a charter school were to open and go through that whole process, which I know is several different policies in itself, to be able to do that and approval and all that, would the ADA then, that goes with the kids that go to that charter school, comes from away from the general district, right?
Yes,
Fund,
it does.
and goes to its own. Is the school board, it sounded to me like it was, the school board's the same board over the charter school as well, though, because there's a lot of board approval. And it kept referring to the board.
So charter schools have their own boards. In
Okay.
my, I have a crazy background of experience in San Bernardino. I oversaw charter schools within my division for at least a year. And charter schools have their own boards that are formed, and they do have oversight over their school. However, the district is responsible for ensuring that the charter schools are meeting certain criteria. So sometimes charter schools will pay an administrative fee to a school district to process their payroll, their STIRS or PERS contributions, their hiring and such. So it depends on how the charter school application is written, but the charter schools do have their own board. And then the school board, you would be responsible for that oversight.
Oversight of their board.
Of their school achievement and all of the
Okay.
metrics that they're required to meet. Fiscal
That's
oversight is
interesting,
one
the
of them.
separate board.
Uh-huh.
So you would be cabinet, if they paid you the fee, like you just said, you would be going to another board meeting on a charter school board?
No, we never attended board meetings of the
Okay.
other charter schools, but we would review, just because it was something we wanted to do, we would review their academic performance and compare that to students within the same district boundaries, within the same boundaries of a school. We had issues a lot with fiscal accountability. So that would be where our business department would get involved and either work with the board or work with the principal of the school. However they structure their administrative team. So it's that level of oversight, because you are responsible in a way for making sure that they are fiscally sound. And if not, that's where, they can have their charter license revoked.
Okay, it's interesting. I had a friend that worked at a charter school. I'm not going to name it, but she actually got let go because she came from a public school and she was using her materials and her knowledge and the standards. And they're like, that's not how we're doing it here.
Right. They have fewer labor protections at charter schools than they do for a public school. And they may have different credentialing requirements. I mean, I don't want to bend your ear, but there's a lot of policies for a reason.
Lot of policies for that.
Yes.
Well, a lot of it clicked. I thought a lot of it made me feel better about it, but some of it's still right there in the gray area. But okay, I had a lot of that was a few top ones for the charter schools. So I'm going to be quiet.
Well, the thing that concerned me about the charter schools is having, I've seen a charter do an application once, but it didn't go through the process. So what concerns me is not knowing what I should know. When I'm looking at this policy, I was like, what don't I know? So I'm glad that you've had experience in this arena to know what we should be aware of, because it is a little concerning to me because I don't have the experience with charter schools at all. So,
yeah, and we would review it. There's different criteria that they have to meet. They're usually very thick application or proposals that they produce. We read that. We would walk you through it if we ever get a charter school here in Bray. I pray we don't go down that road, but yes, they are complicated.
Any other questions?
just real quick, can I jump in? With regards to where there's the yellow highlights, does that mean we just fill in that information? Like at the end of 0410, it asks for the assistant superintendent of education of ed services. And then there's a yellow spot.
Yes.
Does that mean we're just going to fill that in with current information?
We leave the information generic. So it's assistant superintendent of ed services title or position. So we don't typically list names because of just employee turnover. Not that Phil's going anywhere. Don't get panicked.
Maybe after tonight.
Yeah. So that is.
So those lines would be just basically deleted.
Does your copy reflect on the first line, assistant superintendent educational services?
Yeah.
I think it just
extends it. Oh, is that what it is? It's just a blank. Okay.
Yeah.
It's
filled
in.
in,
I
but it
thought it was,
extends.
the yellow was like an.
Oh, I
open
see. I
cell.
see.
Filled in, but it
I have a
extends.
black and white copy. So
Oh, yeah,
I
no.
apologize.
I can tell what you're talking about.
So
Okay.
on that same area, I was wondering, what is this compliance at BOUSD.us? What is that?
It's an email address set up for people to email any questions they may have regarding compliance. I believe we have one for Public Records Act requests. So we have generic emails. We have HR.
Do we have this email right now?
I believe we do. Yes. Mhm.
Okay.
Mhm.
Do we get any emails there?
I would have to report back to you on that.
Okay, so this would be, okay, I didn't know we had that. So if somebody had like a Williams Act, this would be where they would.
They could file it here. They would file it with their school site or with Phil's office.
Okay.
Mhm.
Okay. Well, I had a few other questions on that one. And let's see. On the third paragraph down, district programs and activities shall be free of any racial, derogatory or discriminatory school or athletic teams, names, mascots, nicknames. Like who did, I know this is a silly question, but who determines that? You know, we've kind of been down this path before, and it's a slippery slope. So I guess I just want to understand that a little bit better, and what other kinds of things that could possibly come out of this, I don't know, but.
Right. I understand what you're saying. And I don't know, Phil, if you've had experience. I know my former high school's mascot, I'm sure would be called into, or my alma mater, but
Mine would definitely.
Yeah,
also
mine would be.
You know,
Mhm.
I understand that, I understand our district has had, there was history with names and things like that in schools and, you know, I think having if there was a concern, then we would form a committee, we would have that discussion. I don't want to speculate on a specific process, but I think having the language in there is important. I don't know, when you get more specific in terms of process and prospective procedures, you tend to limit your options in terms of what you're capable of doing. And I think that would be a closed session conversation between cabinet and the board to discuss where we would go in the direction you'd want us to see. Not unlike the kind of discussion we had earlier in closed session in terms of what is the will of the board? Where do we, where would you like to go with this? And giving you that latitude, I think, is most important.
But I don't think we have that discretion to do that in closed session either, though. I mean, that was what we were talking
Right.
about earlier, was discipline related.
Right.
These are not, it's really not a discussion we can have anywhere but here, unfortunately. Not unfortunately, but it does limit our amount of time to have the conversation, our amount of.
Well, if you were to give direction to cabinet as to how you wanted, in terms of how you wanted us to respond or next steps.
So are you saying that if a specific incident occurred that was within this sort of thing, that's when we would talk about it in closed session?
That could be one possibility, yes.
If you would like me to
As
get,
opposed to discussing this policy in closed session.
Correct.
Okay.
Correct.
Because that's what at first I.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm not talking about discussing. I'm
Policy.
sorry. I was under the impression we're talking about what if something happens and the policy's impacted. So that, yes.
So, yeah. And again, this talks specifically about like certain items or things, but I know there's different communications that go out from all of our different, whether that be a booster club or somebody putting on an event. I know that something was just put out recently by the city that somebody directed my attention to, and I was like, it's not offensive. What in the world? But to some people it is. So again, it's just one of those things where we just have to be mindful of what we're being expected to monitor if we, put something like that in a policy. So you don't want to have a policy that you don't.
right.
Basically,
Would you like me to follow up with CSBA or council regarding the discernment of the discernment of
Well,
the
maybe
board?
maybe there is an AR if somebody has an AR that, outlines a way you would approach that if you do get a complaint of that area, because you're asking people to give you compliance emails, or you're asking them to submit things if they, right? So if you receive something, then what's going to be our process to follow up on that?
So I would offer, Brenda, I would offer that I was reviewing some of the 5,000 policies and under early graduation, there wasn't necessarily an AR that CSBA modeled. And then I asked our representative to look into, are there any other schools that have an AR? Because not, as was discussed earlier, not all ARs exist in the CSBA model policy manual. And so this is one of the great resources they have, is the possibility that there are some ARs out there in some other districts. And so this could be one where we find something. So
thank you.
Then I have sorry, but I have another question about, it talks about 15% of the school students that speak a single primary language. Is that district-wide that triggers that, or is that site specific? So, because it would be different, because if you have a school site, we might have a higher minority presence on one school site.
It's site
but
specific.
It might not be for the whole district.
It's
so-
site specific. It's site specific.
So we should probably say that.
What paragraph is that?
It's like the third from the bottom.
1, 2, 3.
On one.
Oh,
of
I
fours,
see it. Yes.
Right before access for.
So we'll
individuals with-
clarify that it's a school site. And I just looked at that this week because I know we do have our Korean speaking population is growing. So making sure that, and we have utilized the services of our Korean teacher at the high school to help translate. So we'll be specific there. But we're mindful of it. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, no, that's good.
Have we gotten close to the 15%?
I would have to pull that for you, but I know that our Asian population is our number 2 demographic, and Korean is our top language of our Asian population.
And typically that 15% threshold is determined by the number of families that indicate a second language at home. So we were required to collect that second language data. So it's if we hit 15% of families that respond, that the
Limited English
yeah,
proficient.
primary language spoken at home.
Mhm.
So if we hit a threshold of 15% or higher of families that are speaking a primary language other than English at home, we must respond with supporting documents in that language.
The next one's equity, 0415. Did anyone have anything on equity?
I actually was happy there was a policy, but what is your question on specifically on equity?
Well, I mean, this is definitely we're taking a left turn from where we may have been in the
Yeah.
past. So I think it's really important that we talk about it and that we're all comfortable with what it says here, because there's, some pretty specific wording about having a deliberate awareness, things like eradicating unintentional bias and prejudices. I mean, those are strong words. And I think that as long as we all agree that that's what we're going to do, we are going to have to set into motion some things to make sure that we implement a policy like that. I know, there's been even some specific recent things that have happened that, we realize that we don't always do a great job at identifying kids who might have been not given the same opportunities as others. And it just seems like this is a big opportunity area for us, I would say. So, it talks about remedies, and I would wonder, what are the remedies? How do we remedy the inequities with those communities? And I know our LCAP addresses our underserved population, but again, it's comes down to, this is the policy, but then how do we implement the policy? What are the things that we're gonna go to figure out what our steps are to make sure that we're doing what we say we're gonna do?
And I think that's a great point. And having a policy gives us a foundation on which we can launch, right, the expectations and point back to. So I'm a huge policy geek, because I always like to have a foundational document on which I can refer. And then, as you're saying, the AR document is a goals. What do we aspire to do? What is that going to look like? Equity has many different forms. Phil, myself, and Eric Barrientos, had the pleasure of attending an equity conference at the end of April and, approved by the board. And we appreciated that opportunity. But depending on the issue that you're addressing, that will dictate how you may remedy the situation. And one thing that was really spoken loud and clear at the conference was, we can sit here and determine what is the best remedy for a group that may be harmed, but the missing piece to that conversation is those who were harmed, and really inviting those groups in to be a part of the resolution, rather than us just trying to think, well, I harmed you. Let me think, let me try to determine what will fix and repair that harm. And they're really encouraging, inviting those groups in to be a part of the solution. So it is a very deep conversation that would need to be had, depending on the equity issue that we are addressing at the time. But I do agree with you. This is an area of opportunity for the district, and we have to start small, because one thing that is so important is that you don't want to alienate those who may have the unconscious bias, and you want to approach them in a manner in which you can help educate them and repair and restore those relationships. And that looks different at different campuses and different offices with different individuals. And I think it is an area of growth that the district I can tell you that we're committed to in cabinet and working with our principals.
And I know you are committed to that work. I guess that's why I love that it's in a policy, but I do have questions about, even it says we're going to proactively identify class and cultural biases. How do we do that?
So there are surveys that you can administer to your staff or to your employee group that will vet out their unconscious bias. Stanford has, a series of tests that you can administer, but you have to be mindful and not just administer the surveys without knowing the direction that you're taking. I did speak to a consultant a few months ago. She is the Chief Equity and Diversity Officer out of San Bernardino County Superintendent of Schools, as we were looking into some current concerns in the district. And that was one idea that she had given us. And then, as you know, a few years ago, I think in 2019, we did bring in Pedro Nagura and Victor Rios to help start the conversations. But what we need to do is really take 10 steps back and lay the foundation of why we need to have these conversations to begin with. So I truly believe in partnering with experts in the field to help guide our work so we don't cause undue harm to groups that may not understand that they're causing harm, and that we can adequately educate those groups that we're addressing, and then also repair relationships with groups that we've harmed. If that makes sense. I know it's getting late. I may not be as clear.
No, that does make sense. And, I think I mentioned that ROP, they had a in-service on a Saturday, and I happened to tune in, and she was, basically taking people through this exercise of, how you've developed your biases and whatever thing you want to put in front of those, whether you're not aware of them or anything else you can put in front of that word bias, we all have them. And it was just really eye-opening to me that it's hard. It's just a hard thing for us to, I think we have to put some teeth to it. And when you look at number 3, it says enabling and encouraging students to enroll in, participate in, complete our curricular and extracurricular courses, AP courses, student activities. And I know we have counselors that are doing that work, but again, when you hear anecdotally experiences of our families, a recent one that happened, we're not identifying them, or we're not encouraging them, or even what we were talking about here tonight about summer school. I know you guys have done a fantastic job of trying to get kids enrolled, but at the same time, there is a group that's not being reached because the parents aren't involved. And so, how are we going to then reach out and make sure that ask is there, that we're trying to resolve the problem on a different level, not just checking the box that we sent it out and, oh, they didn't respond. Well, those are the kids that need the help. Those are the kids that need the support.
So it's data conversations that we've been having in the district, reviewing our CASP data, reviewing, the AP capstone that Dr. Porter mentioned in his WASC presentation during our last board meeting, and being very intentional as we look at our practices on how we identify students potentially for the alternative high school, as we're hiring our MTSS, program interventionist. What resources do we have in place? What interventions do we have in place for those students and families who may be disenfranchised? So I would offer to you that it is being intentional and having those data conversations. It was a conversation I was having with, I think, Phil, you and I were having this conversation earlier this week as we were assessing different guidance reviews and students who may be identified as Canyon eligible students, and have, backing up and just having those data conversations and those data chats. Do we have similar types of students being identified? Are we doing everything that we can? And you approach it from an educational standpoint first.
I would just offer that, my experience with board policies is that they are aspirational. They guide us to shoot for the highest level of how we should be, how we should act, how we should respond. And I think that the work that we do is a journey and it's ongoing. And I think that, I'm comfortable with this language. This language gives us a challenge. It commits us to a course of work and a course of action. I don't know exactly what it will look like. I can share with you things that I have seen in this last year that I do believe are a commitment to this policy. As Brenda mentioned, the AP capstone is specifically designed for AVID students to matriculate into AP. The work that you've charged us with doing in terms of going to the equity conference and where we're going with that is a charge. And I think it's aligned to this board policy. I can totally appreciate and understand, if we're going to talk this talk, we better walk this walk. And I can only assure you that we're ready to do that.
And I think it does speak to our value of courage that I mentioned tonight, because it does take a courageous person to face equity and make change. Right. So I do commend the board for considering this policy. It does give us a launch pad to do additional work, even as we look at our disproportionality that we're reviewing right now with special education, right? Equity is a part of that conversation. Inclusion is a part of that conversation. So that's other intentional work that Phil and Kamika are doing in their office, and then working alongside cabinet to make sure that we're identifying the appropriate resources so we can reduce the over-identification of a particular subgroup with special education.
So when it says in number 5, adopting curriculum and instructional materials that accurately reflect the diversity among student groups, that's been a hot topic in a lot of boardrooms in this last 2 months. So again, I just want to understand what it is that we're looking for, and I think, I just want an understanding of where we are as a board, because if it's going to be in a policy, if people come to us and they want ethnic studies, what are we going to say? Where are we on things like that? And are we looking to, because that's a really a broad statement right there. So I'm really a little uncomfortable with how broad it is, because I think it does open up some real conversations about what our curriculum looks like going forward. So
we are required to provide ethnic studies, as you know, as a 1 semester elective starting the 24-25 school year.
25, 26.
26.
The
I'm trying to
graduating class
accelerate
of 2029 will have
Moving
to
it.
have taken that.
Yeah, they keep moving it. Okay.
Yeah. So it will become a requirement. I think the other conversation, is CRT that, we're not required to offer, and people sometimes conflate CRT and ethnic studies. But
yeah, they
it's
do.
different. I know they do. And I did not just open the door for that to happen here in Brea. I'm just,
I just think we have to be prepared for, again, when was the last, we adopt curriculum on a nut. Yeah, we sometimes don't have any money. So right now we might have a little more money.
I think we heard we've got $8 million.
Yeah, that's
Phil and I've already spent
We
Rick's money.
actually spent it already.
Yeah,
tonight.
we were texting, and you don't have any more money. Yeah, Rick, you're broke now.
So I don't know if these are conversations when we have them, what we do with them, but I think it's conversations we need to have. And number 7 is another one that for me, it's, promoting the employment and retention of diverse staff. And I think we've done a really good job with that. But what does that really mean in terms of, it says that it reflects the student demographics of the community. So what does that mean?
So we do provide reports to I believe it's to the Department of Labor every 2 years, where we do run our staff demographics and upload that information. And then I do compare our staff demographics to our student demographics to make sure we're making progress in that area. If you were to read reports, and I'm happy to provide those to the board, either from the Commission on Teacher Credentialing or California Department of Education, there are systemic problems with minority students entering the teaching profession. And so there is a lot of change that needs to occur at the state level, but to attract and retain diverse candidates in Brea, how are we presenting our district to attract diverse candidates and then retain them? And I truly believe part of retention is by having sound policies that make them feel welcome, comfortable, and safe to be here. Currently, our Black student population is under 2%, and we're right in line with our Black population with our teachers, under 2%, which I'm not proud of that number, but I'm just using that as an example to show that that demographic aligns with it. But do we have room for improvement? Absolutely. Does the state have room for improvement? Yes. And I think it's working with our community organizations and our local colleges and universities to remove those barriers to increase the minority candidates entering the teaching profession.
So when it says it reflects the student demographics, and that's so wide.
So the policies are somewhat broad because these are policies for California school districts, and our demographics constantly change. Right now, our highest student demographic is Hispanic, right? And then it's Asian, and then.
So does that mean that your goal would be to have, your teaching staff reflect that same demographic? I mean, is that what that's saying?
Yes, that's what that is saying.
And that isn't, we're not close to that.
No, we are not close to that, and the state's not close to that either. But I think having, I have seen an increase in our Hispanic staff members, either teachers or classified staff, and I believe all staff are role models for students. We all
Absolutely.
believe that. So with our dual language program, it's given us opportunities to bring in more bilingual candidates to attract and retain them. And we are adding third grade next year. Mhm.
Brenda, can I ask a question?
Yes.
The people who created these board policies, I just want the public, they're all watching this late at night. They're
going to watch it on record.
They're going to watch it on record.
Mhm.
Yeah. They're the experts, right? I mean, they're not supposed to be specific and we can always brayotize them, but isn't that the point to kind of cover what's happened in maybe all of California or in the nation for school boards to help us govern, but to maybe not have it as specific as what may be happening locally. And you could always edit it, right? Like
Yes.
down the road, like
Mhm.
when the situation happens. So we,
But I think you want to prioritize.
yeah, but you can't sit here and, I mean, we'll be here till tomorrow if we keep going through line by line, so I'm just curious. This process is the first time I'm going through it. And I know some of these none of us have done it. So that's what I'm saying. If we went 22 years without some of these, like, I don't know how we're going to sit here and do all these. And I am proud that you guys have done all this work. I am so thankful you have, because when I was looking, before I was on the school board, I went through the website and I saw this and I said, oh, I think this wasn't updated yet. And, Dr. Mason at the time said, oh, no, it hasn't been approved yet. And that was shocking. So I thank you for going through the process of doing it, because this is hours and hours, because we all read them. It's hours and hours. So I just want to make sure that we're not nitpicking everything, that there's a reason why these are here.
Mhm.
And it's not necessarily brayoutized, and it's okay.
Mhm.
Well, can I add to that? I'm sorry. Did you, was there a question at the end though? No, you're just kind of telling her. Yeah, because when I read them and we've had them for 19 days. So looking back, I think I was telling you the other day, I looked at my notes and I took notes along the way, and some were easy to ask you, or some were just, I could come up with the answer. But as we get this far down, thank you, like you just said, I appreciate the hours and effort that the cabinet and Annette put into this. And I don't want to get too far in the weeds that some of these things are our strategic goals, like what Gil's saying, like they are general in some ways. And I'm sitting here like thinking about it, like, well, yeah, but if we pigeonhole ourselves too specific on some things, they're going to need to be changed immediately anyway. Like when you just said that thing about ethnic studies, it's been changed like 3 times to date. By the time it gets here, there's something else that's going to change, that may be another requirement. So I don't want to put us in a position where we're so specific with a policy. And stop me if I'm wrong, but if we have the policy, I'm happy. I'm so happy when I was reading these, like when Gail brought up the, see, now I'm super tired. What was the policy? The
Philosophy.
no, the ethnic study, not ethnic studies specifically, but yeah, just in general, that that policy. Just equity. Thank you. I knew it was an E word there. Equity. When I came upon that, I thought, oh, wait, that's like a word we didn't even use when these policies were when our old policies were written. And the charter school thing, same thing. I mean, there's a lot of things in here. And so I feel like you've done the due diligence and the work. And yes, CSBA, California School Board Association, so they're California directed, and they might be not. The work you did was to go through and say, this isn't pertaining to Brea, or this is what we want it to look like. But I also want to make sure that we realize we have the strategic initiatives and the goals that are aligning with our policies. I mean, the policies are to point to. And I love that. I never even thought of this the whole time I was reading these. I never thought of how you said, and something to aspire to. Because when Gail started talking, I was thinking, yeah, oh goodness, then do I need to reread them and wordsmith them all? But no, when you said that kind of, it all started clicking to me that these are to aspire to, they are to point to say, okay, we need to work harder on our equity. Let's pull up our policy. No, it's not from the year 2000 anymore. like every
Okay,
single
but once
time.
you approve this.
Yeah.
They can come to that podium and say, why aren't you doing this?
Mhm.
That's my big concern.
Right, and and we
Yeah.
have an answer. That's the point. So if we read them, right, we should know them. I can tell you right now, like even our 9,000s, I mean, when they could come to the podium and say anything. In fact, that's funny you said
Oh,
that because
yeah.
my brain was thinking the same thing. I was like, yeah, okay, what Gail says, right. They're going to come to the podium. Nobody that's come to the podium has first pulled up our policies ever,
But we've brought them to the table.
but they don't care because they heard on the news and they heard on social media that we have to do X, Y, Z, and they don't care that we say, no, we don't. We actually don't need a resolution for that because it's not our mandate, or we don't need this because of, I don't care. I don't care. So we need it. We need to keep pointing to it. Like you're saying, we bring it to the table and we keep saying, we're going to tell you over and over again, it's right here. But it doesn't stop people from making up what they want to make up
Oh, well,
because
absolutely.
yeah, because world's going crazy. So I don't know. I'm kind of did a little stream of conscious kind of right there, a full circle, but I think that if I don't know where you guys are. Everyone's really tired. I saw you close your book. You close your book. I want everyone to feel like they got what they needed out of the policies. I want you to feel like you've gotten heard or we've had conversations, but I don't think we need to redo the work that's been done. That's what I'm worried about. I'm worried about micromanaging the work that was already put into it and disrespecting the work. So I am okay with the policies first read. And I do think that if any of us want to have more questions or conversations with you, any of you in the next, till we bring it back, we should do that.
And I think too, if I could just use another analogy, when we look at the policy, right, the broad language that isn't the administrative regulation, it's a filter. It's a lens by which we should be reviewing our curriculum and making decisions. And it's a way to draw our attention back to it. And I think it's also really good. We could take these and tie it back into our strategic plan and our focus areas. So if we have a goal next year on reviewing our library books or our curriculum or hiring or, whatever that specific goal is, we could. And then this is the filter. This is the lens that we're looking at that particular issue through. So I don't know if that's helpful.
Can I add to that too?
Yes.
But to be fair, you just named library books and stuff. Let's be real. There's a million of these, right? That we looked over. There's 88 pages and there's 54. And then there's the one that was brand new. Some of these we could go, this is great. This is great. Okay. This is like library book, whatever you're saying, like just.
I'm just saying this is like.
I am too. I'm just using a very generic one that we would all be okay with. And then there's some newer ones like equity. Or there's like, I didn't know anything about a charter school. There's some newer ones. If there's something that a board member wants to pull to have a specific conversation like we did, that last one, I think we should do that. And we should even put it, I think we talked about
I
this.
thought and that's why I was really surprised to see equity in here, because I thought we had that conversation that anything that could be potentially controversial or may need additional conversation, we weren't going to have in the book.
Right.
So I was surprised to see some of these policies.
So let's ask that question then. Is there a specific policy that you would want you to pull for this before the second read and have it separate? And maybe we can do an information discussion under information. I think Nicole and I actually talked about this real quick when, I don't know if we didn't solve the world's problems. We just kind of are throwing out ideas on how to make this. We actually did. But just how can we make this more meaningful to all of us and make sure we do, other than hiring a superintendent, this is our second most important, probably our first until we have to hire a superintendent, then it's our second. So, I mean, this is our job. We're policy setters. So I understand the importance of this. So having said that, you have some good little tabs there. Are there some policies you want to pull for individual discussion and put them under that section when we bring it back for the second read? And then we can approve the bulk of the ones that no one wants discussion on. And we can have a good discussion during that time, but before our next one. Does that make sense?
We're happy to do that. We're not on a timeline with CSBA. And I think the conversation is very helpful for cabinet to understand the board's lens as we're bringing this work forward. That is your work. As we've talked about, it's cabinet's job to make sure that we're applying the board policy and the administrative regs. And, like I said, we're not on a timeline to rush through all of the 0s through 9s. But we just want to make progress and make sure that we're giving due consideration for the items that may cause people to have more questions. So I'm happy to do that, to pull that out. To Zeta, our rep is very helpful. We have a lot of tracking documents that we use, and we can update the board policies as we give CSB a direction, but we're happy to put them back on a discussion.
So
I
we have
think
a
that's what you
couple-
mentioned was a
couple
discussion.
directions we could go here. We could either approve first reading, but I'll make note right now that we get back to you with certain ones we want pulled so that when it comes back to second reading, they're separated. Or we, if you know already which ones, because now having said that, I don't have any in front of me that I would like to see the equity one as a separate conversation, but I don't have the number and I don't have, there's more than one. So I'm not ready to give you a list that I'd want separate. And I don't think I'd want more than a couple that I actually was most interested in. Is anyone else prepared to pull any certain ones? No.
I've got a lot that I guess I would pull, but it doesn't, I guess the whole process, it is our work. And they've done fantastic groundwork, but this is our work. And these are conversations that I think we as a board should be having. And this is the opportunity to have it. And there's never enough time. And that's why, having this many to go through in one night, we talked about when we originally did this, that we were going to do a workshop. So many districts, that's what they do. They set aside, 4 hours on a study session or 2 hours or 1 hour at multiple study sessions. That's what they use their time for. They take 6 policies, 7 policies, and they walk through them and make sure that it's something that it's not just about approving the policy. It's about educating ourselves on what's in the policy too, and how it is actually implemented in our district. So we are the policy setters and we're the ones that make sure that we abide by the policies. And so we have to have a good understanding of them. And it's great that we all read them, but we need to have conversations about some of the things that are in the policies. That's, again, the board's work. And I'm sure that's why it hasn't been done. And it would have been nice if, like a lot of districts, they do it so kind of methodically. They don't allow it to be, 20 years, 22 years before they update their policies. So that's my understanding of what our work is supposed to be. I know if that's seen as nitpicking, then I will gladly step aside because you need 3 to move forward. And I'm just going to abstain if you're going to approve the first readings.
And
Because that's the other thing is when you come back for a second reading, you're approving the policy. So anything you would pull, you'd still have to come back and have another conversation about it. So to have a second reading, that's when you're approving a policy.
So, but we need to define our roles because we are policy setters, but we aren't in the weeds. We aren't setting every single, like the 9,000 series, those are ours. We have to own those. Remember back, I don't even know, like 3, 4, 5 years ago, we made a subcommittee to redo those ourselves. It was you, me, and I think Rod. We were supposed to be doing them. And then that never happened because we went down to 5 and the whole thing changed. But we were going to redo our own, sit down and do a subcommittee of policies, but that's sort of what cabinet's doing with their policies, because they're their policies too. And I don't think there's 9,000. So there's not, well, I'm just estimating, but there's 9,000 all the way up to 9,000 series. There's no way we could have enough workshops to go to pick through every single sentence of every single policy. We're going to have
the ones that are here in the beginning, those were the philosophy, the vision.
Yeah.
Those are ours.
Right.
Equity.
And I agree with you. So, and I appreciated what you said to Brenda about pulling those and how you were going to personalize those to fit all that work that's been done. That I love that you're doing this, that you're advertising and great, putting it in everyone's head. So I agree with you on that. That's 1-3 right there to pull or to be revised.
And we can do that, right? We can pull 28.
We could, I would probably ask that the motion to approve the first reading be amended to exclude those policies that you would like us to reconsider, such as, the philosophy, goals and values, the equity policy. We have been taking
The
notes.
COVID, the
The COVID
478.
policy, the
Mhm.
0470 policy, 0410, the non-discrimination in district programs and activities. So we'll be happy to do that. And then at the second reading, for the other policies not pulled, if you had questions about those policies, we would amend the motion to approve, pull those policies out, not approve those policies at the second reading, and cabinet would go back and do more work. That would be my recommendation, just to make sure we're clear.
Okay.
Mhm.
Would anyone want to make a sub motion? Then we'd need to do an amendment to the first reading with the policies listed being pulled for second reading. Do you like how I just put that?
I would be happy to do that motion with the 0 series. Pulling the ones you just mentioned
Okay,
to approve for the first reading.
okay. So I'm going to pull the 0, like the 4 zeros, the vision policy. I'm going to pull the philosophy policy. I'm going to pull the 200 policy, the goals for district, goals for the school district. I'm going to pull policy 0410, the non-discrimination programs and activity policy, and I'm going to pull 0415, the equity policy. And I don't believe I need to pull the charter school policies. I think that
No,
was just a
my questions were
conversation.
answered. Yeah.
Okay, I'm just clarifying. So, oh, the COVID, that is 0470. Sorry, I'm weird with
Right.
numbers.
No, that's
Mhm,
okay.
Sticks in there.
Okay. So we have a motion on the table for
0
That-
series minus said
listed.
Yes, and Annette wrote those down and I have them marked in my book.
Okay,
to approve a first reading.
for the remaining.
I'll second it.
Okay, so now we have a new first and second on the table. Any discussion on the new one? Okay, we have colon. Sorry, I can't function with my words right
Oh,
now.
I see what you're saying.
And Ruiz colon was a first and Ruiz was second, and that for the motion with the listed pulled
For the
for the,
zeros.
and all others approved for first reading. That doesn't mean that
Ruiz.
something else can't be found if someone else wants to come back
Mhm.
for the next time before. And well, before we do an all in favor, then we'll talk, no, we
We
might as
have
well
to
talk
do
about it now.
the ones.
Was anyone interested in bringing those items back for the under information discussion? Or do you want them individually listed
For the 1000 series?
for the ones we just pulled?
Oh, for the ones we pulled in the zeros?
Mhm.
Yeah.
Yes, does everyone want it under information and direction? So we have a bigger conversation?
So then we
Or
don't
just
vote on it
under
that
the
night.
voting?
So then
The
we,
second, no, it can still be an action item. I don't know.
Study session on it.
I don't know. You want to do study session? Either way, we're discussing it, I suppose. If they're individually listed, we're discussing each one
Yes.
as an action item and then we approve it or don't.
We would list it under information discussion. And then I would agendize an action item for each policy. What we've done, if my memory serves me correctly, is we sometimes have our information discussion items and then action items at that same board meeting. If the board wanted us to agendize it and move in that direction, we could certainly do that, or we would have our information discussion, one board meeting, and then following board meeting, we could agendize it. Which, thinking it through, I think that would be a better option because cabinet would then need to take the feedback from the information discussion and make sure that we're incorporating that into the policies because we won't yet know what the board's conversation is, so I can't agendize something to be acted upon until a subsequent board meeting. Does that make sense?
Yes, so we're only
Okay.
right now approving the first reading of all except what you listed
Those.
excluded. Those will come back for information discussion at the next meeting. And then following that, if we so decide, they'll come back as action items for a second reading.
Yes.
Actually, they'd come
would
back
have
for
to be a
first.
first
That would be
reading.
their first because they're getting
Yes.
pulled. Okay, thank you.
Mhm.
Got all that in it? We said it 4 different ways. Okay, so with a motion on the table and a second, all in favor to approve first reading for the remaining.
Wait, we have to go through the 1000s first. I think in the future, what I'll do is if we bring more than one series together,
So
which I
the
don't think
charter
I'll
school
do.
was under the 1000s.
No, the charter school
Wasn't
is
it?
0420.
Oh, then I flipped mine on my notes.
Mhm.
Okay.
So I think in the future, if we do bring back more series, which I've shared with some of you, an idea that I have, which I'll put it in the weekly update, what that looks like, we'll agendize them separately. It's one agenda item. So what I'm saying is like,
The series should be separate.
yes.
Mhm. Because I do remember we asked you, we wanted this done like over years plus ago. Well,
Mhm.
you're shaking your head, or must be when you were here. I'm getting a 2 years and a 1 year. And you had asked us if you could chunk them,
Mhm.
or I don't know if you did or Brad did, and we agreed on that because this is a lot. There's going to be a lot more. And I know you're still working. You just mentioned the 4,000s over there or 5,000.
He has the 5s, I have the
Right.
4s.
Right. So I don't want to halt your work either, but we're all.
Would you
gonna
like me
have
to
a-
share the idea or no?
Say it again.
As cabinet completes board policies, we will share it with the board for read only.
Yeah, that's fine.
That way you're not getting
Summer
them
reading.
in bulk.
Summer reading.
Yes,
Okay.
Annette, I'm working with Annette on facilitating the most efficient way to house that information, and I'll share that out with the board once that's done. But it's using the tools that Derek provides for us, Google. Yeah,
Okay, so now.
You're still there.
Then if, okay,
yes, he's awake.
what are we doing with the next series right now?
So the next series, we're moving on to the 1000 series before we take a vote to see if there's any questions on that. I know.
But the motion was for just the zeros. Yes, motion was just for the zeros and the ones we're pulling. So we would need to revote. We would need to vote on the new motion and then do another motion.
To
for the next
consider the
series.
1000. Okay. Okay.
Sure, you can
You
do
can't
two
do-
motions
yeah.
in one item,
Right.
but you can do one motion that has multiple parts in it for this agenda.
Okay, then we need to retract the motion on the table right now and go back to the 1000s and then have our motion.
Then I'm going to abstain because we haven't even talked about any of the 1000s and I'm
Mhm.
not comfortable with that.
Why don't you just reverse it and list out the ones that we're gonna move forward on the first readings? And then pull the ones we designated and the 1000 series and then bring those back.
Yeah, so as listed and the 1000 series
Yes.
comes back,
Exactly. You can do that.
The whole 1000
Yeah, the
series
whole
comes back.
the whole 1000 series.
Yeah.
Well, do you want to hear what we like and don't like at all? Or are we just is it too late?
I think the motion on the table is to approve the first reading of the policies in the 0 series out
With minus the poll.
minus those.
Okay.
And then the motion continues to state that the district will bring back the zeros that were pulled out and the 1000 series for discussion and action.
Well, then let me
So-
ask real quick, sorry. So Nicole, would you still be motioning for that to add the 1000s to the polling right now to come back?
Yeah.
And then Ruiz, would you still second? This would be a subsequent to the subsequent. Okay, so now we have a new motion on the table. We're pulling the listed in addition to the 1000s for information discussion, the next meeting. And the rest will be, first reading will be approved upon majority vote. So all in favor?
So we're clear,
Right.
The remaining three.
Remaining.
Yes,
Yes.
yes.
And then
Okay.
I'll work in agenda setting on the timing of
Okay.
these.
Yep.
Mhm.
And I would just encourage everyone, if there's going to be others in the 1000s that could expedite our conversations, to have a lot of one-on-ones and try to get these questions
I'm happy
answered.
to do that.
Because I think the more questions that come up, the better, the more productive of a meeting we're going to have.
Mhm.
Okay, so all in favor?
I
Aye. Any opposed? Okay, motion carries 5-0. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, board.
No, I mean, we appreciate your work. I would, love to stay here all night with you and do it more.
We're a fun crowd.
Yeah, we are a fun group. Okay, so we're back to agreement with Franklin Covey, or It's Covey, isn't it?
Covey, yes.
For educational professional development, do I have a motion?
So move, Miller.
Miller, second Lyons. Any discussion for this? Excuse me. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0. The next one is a roll call vote. Resolution 22-09, Mental Health Awareness Month. And the resolution's in the back of your booklet, if you didn't see it. Okay, do I have a motion? Lyons, Ruiz, and this is a roll call vote.
Trustee Colin.
Aye.
Trustee Flanders.
Aye.
Trustee Lyons.
Aye.
Trustee Miller.
Aye.
Trustee Ruiz.
Aye.
Resolution passes 5-0.
Okay, Human Resources Director of Food Services proposed title change. It's just a title change and salary reclassification. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Colin,
Second.
Ruiz? And anyone want to ask any questions? I'm sure most of us have about this, but it's like, once again, it's just a title change and salary reclassification.
Yes, we're aligning our nutrition services director with the other directors in our business services department as administrative director. As we all know, Stephanie Zollner is retiring June 30th, and we have some big shoes to fill there with her vacancy. So this makes our district competitive with recruitment efforts and also aligns all of the directors under the business services department. We thank you for the consideration.
Thank you. All right, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0. B, financial analysis, proposed title change and revised job description. Do I have a motion? Okay, Ruiz, second.
Second, Miller.
Miller. This is for financial analysis.
This is to update the job description for the position that Christy Hopkins currently occupies. Rick Champion and Christina Michelle did a lot of work with ensuring that this job description reflects the current expectations of the position. There's no salary change being recommended.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0. Educational services, Imagine Learning, IS Professional Development Essentials, motion. Do I have a motion? Let's do Ruiz and Lyons for a second. Any questions? You touched on this a little bit earlier.
Yes, so board members, you'll be approving this platform for the fall 22-23 school year for independent study and a potential homeschool option for those parents that are willing to partner with teachers in that program. So we're excited about this platform.
I am too. Any other questions or comments? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0. Oh, I skipped one, didn't I? No, I didn't. Okay, we're down to the calendar. So much. We're counting down for the end of school. I think it's hard to even point out one thing on here. It's also important.
Do you want me to help you out?
No, that is your job. I'm just
Oh,
emptying
that's
it up
okay.
for you.
Oh, thank you. Next board meeting, May 21st, a special closed session meeting this Saturday, next regular board meeting, June 9th. But yes, this is the last board meeting of our regular school year. Really excited to welcome our third graders back to the third grade history field trip. Oh, that's okay. On May 24th and 25th. That's my mom hearing. I have that. And then May 31st, look back, look forward, where our seniors visit our elementary schools. It's really going to be a really nice event. And then all of our end of the year activities, promotions, graduations, and award nights have been scheduled and on the board agenda calendars. One last plug for our golf tournament, June 6th. If you can't play golf, you can join us for dinner, as somebody so told me. I think Phil did. Phil said we can have dinner and support BEF. A lot of great things. Junior high promotion on the 1st, Canyon and BOHS graduations on the 2nd. And this is really my most favorite time of year when we get to celebrate our kids. So thank you, board.
Thank you. And continuation of closed session, we're going to go back upstairs. Just kidding. I'm totally kidding. Look at her face. Look at her face. I'm awake to tease you. Your face was like, I would have given money to take a picture of that. We are not going back upstairs, but do we have any board comments?
I'll go.
Go ahead.
I just want everybody to enjoy the end of the year activities. Congratulations to the sixth graders, the eighth graders, and the graduating seniors, both at Brea Linda High School and Brea Canyon. And thank you to all the retirees for this year. I know we recognize them this week at the recognition evening. And thank you, staff, from part-time to full-time. It has been a tough 2 years, and just thank you. I want you to rest, relax, and recharge and take care of yourselves. So good night.
I'll put, anyone else? Okay, I do. I just wanted to thank you for, let the board know that Phil Chin came to our district office to meet Brenda and Dina. And I thought it was a very good meeting. I feel that, I know you put it in your Friday report, but I felt that Brenda did a great job of I can't even speak, of letting him know what our needs were and begging and borrowing, pleading. And he did actually offer some ideas on how to find us some money. So we're going to try to hold him to that. But between the 5 of us and the rest of you, we're going to work on him. I also, I'm going to skip that one because you already mentioned Kiwanis. That was such a great, fun, touching breakfast this morning. Don't tell Rotary I said that. And then we already talked about Jenny Roomful as memorial. I just was really touched, but that leads me into another sad way that we have to end another meeting. And I don't know if any of you here on the board know Jerry Bolin, if you ever knew him. Did you know Mr. Bolin? Oh my goodness. So did you know he passed away? Okay. I figured we all probably knew. So Mr. Bolin was a science teacher at the junior high when I was there. And then he was many other things. So I am going to close tonight in him, but I also want to read a few little stats about him. He was 93 when he passed away last week. So he was born April 29th, 29 in Arkansas and died May 8th, 2022, Fullerton. His family came to Brea in 1938 to escape flooding in Fullerton. They came all that way. And he served in the U.S. Navy upon graduating from BOHS. He received his BS in education from Long Beach State College, and in 1960 was hired by Superintendent Vincent Jaster. Does that ring a bell? Name of our conference room. He taught at BGH from 1960 to 87, which explains it. I graduated high school in 86, so he was there when I was in junior high. He was a great science teacher. In addition, he was vice principal there from 68 to 71. Upon retirement, he'd substituted in multiple subjects, including industrial arts at BOHS, until he turned 80 in 09. His wife's name's Billy. Jerry and Billy were married for 72 and a half years.
Wow.
Like a couple goals, right? And they're lifelong brands, both of them, having graduated from BOHS in 1948. They had 5 children, Sandy, Mickey, Karen, Kevin, and Mitch. And they have numerous grandchildren and great-grandchildren and countless friends. And what I wanted you to know is a few years back, I always volunteer at that, this is how he passed. Volunteer with you at the Senior Center for Christmas for the seniors. And it was maybe 6 years ago or so. And I don't know, someone must have told him I was on the school board. I'm not even sure how he knew, but he still had his long hair ponytail, his long gray ponytail. And he asked them to come and get me. And I walked over and he wanted my phone number. We didn't have a policy about that, by the way. But it was really cute. And I gave it to him. I said, sure. And he said, I want to talk to you about the school board. I want to talk to you about Brea. And I said, you were my teacher, and then we talked and he called me about a week later. And he said, can you meet me at the donut shop? I think the donut shop you always go to over there by Lucille's, don't you? Kind of Jack's. Someone does. I remember I always see. And he said, but you have to bring your husband, because he knew the Flanders. I wasn't a Flanders, by the way, back then. No one knew who I was. And so my mother-in-law was science teacher for our district in the county. And he was her friend. So he gets us over to the donut shop, and I think we're going to talk education. It's gonna be so much fun. And he has file folders and he's laid them out on, and you know how little that place is. He's laid them out on the table, and in each one is an old car that he's had. He's a car collector too. And we just let him talk to us as long as he wanted. And he was just so with it and had so many stories. He shared about his cars, and he's such a good man. And then he invited my husband, so cute, and he never went, but he met weekly with a bunch of his other old friends at Carbon Canyon Park, all during COVID too, outdoors, so they could meet outdoors. And they met there and they talked cars like every week. So to this day, and once in a while I'd check in on him or he'd call. And with COVID, not at all. The senior center, he wasn't there this past year. So I was a little bit worried. And then I saw, thank you for bringing that, because I don't go on Facebook hardly ever. And then I'm his friend on Facebook. So I saw, but they're not having a memorial service for him because, well, Billy is not interested in, at the moment, he wanted to stay. He didn't want to spend any money on that. And so their daughter's in town and she's going to try to talk him into it. But if there is one, I'll announce it again, or I'll have you announce it. I know you guys had a lot of phone calls about him. So anyways, I know that was a big story after a long night, but it's a sad story. We lost him, but what a great life, and just I wanted to share the little bit I knew about him. So many more people knew so much more. So with that, we'll adjourn the meeting.